Hello, everybody. Just gonna move the lighting here to kind of go into maybe. There we go. Hope everybody's all right. And I was doing something. It was like 2:25 p.m. And I was like, I'm doing a little thing, and then I look and I'm like, oh, it's 3 p.m. already. I just didn't see time go by. It's just funny. It happens. Starting to snow here. We're supposed to have about 2 to 4 inches of snow and a very big deep freeze coming up. The temperature is going down to minus 24 Celsius, and that's about minus 10 Fahrenheit in Montreal in the next couple of days. So it's going to be a real winter, like we haven't seen in a while, actually. Because here I have a little problem here. The water pipe that goes and is in the floor in the kitchen will freeze if the temperatures dip below about minus 23, 24 Celsius. So that means that in the next couple of days I'll have to leave just a little bit of running water to make sure that it doesn't freeze. And I can't remember last time I did that. The last time I had to do that is many years ago. Many years ago. So it's been a long time since we've reached a temperature so low here in Montreal. It used to happen all the time. The first 10 years I lived here, I think every winter I had to do that. But lately, it's been, man, I don't remember what year the last time I had to do that. So I will have to, and I'll have to remind the neighbor downstairs, because downstairs also it's the same thing, and I'll have to remember to tell him to leave a little bit of water running, because he's gonna have the same fate. In this case, it's easy because his pipes are on the kitchen floor next to the wall. So in this case, he can use. I use the hair dryer on heat, and I just we just go through the pipe, and it immediately it unfreezes. But the problem is, mine is in the floor. I have no reach, and the pipes here have been changed to plastic pipes, so you can't use those machines where you can heat the pipe with electricity. So it's better to be safe than sorry, as we say. So no, Tarbin, we don't have heating around pipes in a building like this, because usually a building like this prevents the pipes from freezing. It's really because there's a flaw in the way that the pipes have been placed. In some motorhomes, they do have. My sister, when she was living in her motorhome, she had these little heating coils around the pipes to keep them warm. But in a building like here, this is a design flaw. It's not supposed to freeze even at minus 30. But here it does. So you got to be careful. So So, anyways, let's start. I've publicized this on a couple of. Well, I'm gonna be checking out the number of people watching because I actually advertised the stream today on the XH Data Facebook page. They let it go through, which means that they approved it. And also, I'm going to talk. Got a few questions. Some people have questions about the famous D221, and also I've advertised it on the World of Radio I/O group for Glenn Hauser, which lets me advertise if I want. I don't do it very often. I don't want to annoy people with my live shows, but from time to time, I find it cool because I think it can bring in more people. So, and also we'll have something coming up that I'll be checking out, maybe starting February. What I will be doing, was talking with Sheldon Harvey about it. For everybody that will have given donations during the months, during the weeks, we will be actually, every month, we'll be giving away a free subscription to the Messenger, a free membership to the CIDX club, and of course the Messenger bulletin and all of that. So, anyways, all of that's coming up, and it's we're going to include the people that donate here in January too. So it's going to be, I think, interesting. And of course, if you're not a member, you might win one of the subscriptions to the not just subscriptions, but it's a membership to the Canadian International DX Club at the same time. So, okay, let's start this. My name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America, where we are about to be in cold polar weather, where it's going to be up to minus 24, 25 Celsius, about minus 10, 11 Fahrenheit within the next couple of days. And this is a live show. We talk about radio. We share about radio. We have fun with radio. I've got several radios running. I've got, of course, my Yaesu that you see the frequency on the screen. This is tuned to WWV right now on 25 megahertz. I've got the ICOM here, which is right now on one of the RWM Moscow time signal frequencies, but it's not receiving anything. Behind my chair, I've got a Kenwood R5000 also turned on. And so we've got a lot of radios. And I've got the Texan X H501X right here that also can be used for some radio fun. And so we just, have fun with radio and tune around and talk about radio and answer questions. We have a couple of questions about some of the radios, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun. As usual, I have my, once again this week, Belgian White Ale, which is very good. Cheers, everybody. And hope that we have fun today. We have a beautiful chat room where there's amazing people. If you want to join in, that chat room is great. I mean, people are a lot of fun. There's a lot of interaction. If you're new to the hobby or if you got questions, you know what? This is the place to be. This is the place where if you got any questions, here is where it happens, where you should not be ashamed of asking anything, because that's the problem sometimes. We're a little shy. It's like, well, I think it's a stupid question. Well, there are no stupid questions. In a hobby, we learn, and we learn together. And particularly, this is a solitary hobby, and we're a bunch of guys together in this solitary hobby. And this is a place where I want it to be a gathering of people that we have fun together with radio, which is a lot of fun and pretty cool. So this is also the goal of this live show. Bring everybody together. Let's have fun. I mean, we need to, and it's certainly, there's a lot of people just in the background, never commenting, never saying really anything, but they're happy, they're here, and they're part of us, they're part of the gang, and they just, look at the chat go, they listen or watch the show, and it's cool. And of course, there's those that are active and participate in the chat room. And everybody's welcome here. It's a great place to be, I think, for any radio hobbyist. When this is over, we do have another place, which is the Facebook group. The Facebook group is where everything continues. So on Facebook, and I will actually take the link to it. On Facebook, we have the official SWL channel Facebook group, where you can ask to join. This group is where you will continue interacting. There's a lot of people there. We have more than 4,000 members now. And we continue there with, people sharing what they're listening to and radios they're having. They post videos, post pictures. It's a place where it's a lot of fun, where it all continues. Once it's over here, well, it continues over there. And that's the cool thing. So why not join? And we'll be, of course, checking that out. And, share what you're listening to. I often share what I'm listening to and things and curiosity about propagation and so on. People ask questions. Sometimes you can answer or maybe participate and help somebody else too. So welcome aboard, everyone. Everybody's welcome, and this is the place to be to have fun. Dwayne Trivet, nice to have you on board. Dwayne from Bristol, Tennessee. Richard Wagner, nice to have you here. WA9201 SWL. Northeast Illinois, 26 Fahrenheit. Doing better after COVID. Cool. It's nice to see that you're actually getting better. And Arctic Blast. Yeah, I think the Arctic Blast is going to reach a big chunk of the United States from what I was seeing. So you guys are also going to be in pretty cold temperatures for sure. David's Radio Room, nice to have you on board from a cold and cloudy central Georgia. Matt, MDK2, nice to have you here. Supposed to fall below 0 Fahrenheit. Nice to have you here from Denver, Colorado. We have Danny, Shortwave Radio DX. Nice to have you on board, Danny. As usual, I was seeing your live. I came across your the thumbnail of your live show this morning. You were doing while I was actually posting a few videos on my tech channel, and I hope you're having fun with that. Master Players Radio and Television, nice to have you here. Bobby, WA5107 SWL from Morgan City, Louisiana. We have Joe Tyson, nice to have you here from Apex, North Carolina, KM4 WRQ. What else do we have? Jay Watterson 69, nice to have you here. And nice to, hopefully Paul might actually come over a little later. Chris, G7VEO, nice to have you on board. Brad Shaver, nice to have you here from North Illinois. David's Radio Room, it's winter and the D layer is thinner than summer. Hearing at heard WLW and WSM in the afternoon from Central Georgia. Yeah, I hear 1130 Bloomberg, New York here in Montreal, and I heard also Boston, WBZ Boston 1030 at mid-afternoon, which is typical of a winter's afternoon up here with propagation. And as the days will get longer, that'll disappear, and we'll have them only at night. But it's kind of interesting to see the propagation changes from season to season, and actually week to week. Just tuning around every week, we see differences. Robert Varner, nice to have you here. KC2TEL in New Jersey. RJDA Dakota, nice to have you here from Winsville, Missouri. WA0113 SWL. Pretty cool to have you here. KW1161, quick hello, partly cloudy in Tucson, Arizona. And he's got to fix a water leak. Yeah, I got to fix those things. What else do we have? Check it out here. Anybody else? EFOG3, nice to have you here. John H., nice to have you on board. EFOG is from upstate New York. DX Winger, nice to have you on board from southeast Pennsylvania. And Shortwave Archive, nice to have you here from Chile and snowy Berthoud, Colorado. Richard Wagner has 8992 active in Northeast Illinois. Another 6-hour show, says John H. We never know what happens with these shows. It could be 3 hours, it could be 6 hours. Who knows? It depends on a lot of things. It depends on, do you have things to talk about and how the conversation is going with the chat room and, all sorts of things. Torben Ivinson, nice to have you on board from Norway. It's cool to have you here as always. WF7I Homebrew, nice to have you here, Bert, from West Central Virginia. And says finally getting above 50 Fahrenheit. He says, I'm all for a 6-hour show or longer. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you on board. Chuck, N5 KVO from South Texas. We have Dave, nice to have you on board from Fort Washington, Maryland. And Damus, nice to have you here. We have Rotten Animal from Toronto. Andrew Ross, nice to have you here from Devon. Meow to the cat. Different Gear TV, nice to have you here. Happy Saturday. WSML Bruce says, still have about 3 to 4 inches of snow in my yard from 2 weeks ago. It never melted off, it just started to melt today. Here it's way too cold for it to melt, so we've had about we had several days of snow, which gave us about a foot of snow, close to a foot of snow. All the snow that we had, so it's still there on the ground. We had actually snow removal this week. It's been the first big snow removal of the year here in Montreal, and it's always fun. I hooked up my CB radio, my Uniden 980 SSB, because all the trucks that actually follow the snowblower that actually dumps the snow in the trucks all have CB radios. So when there's actually snow removal, you can listen to all of these trucks talking to each other. Which a bunch of guys working, talking on CB radio. You can imagine all the conversations that go through of all sorts. So, but it's kind of fun, and they kind of use it also at the same time to kind of know where to go. So often you'll have like a dedicated channel for different crews. And what's is interesting is because when snow removal happens here, it's a big city. There are several different snow removal crews all around in different areas at the same time. So you'll have several dedicated channels on CB that they are all on. So you can listen and see, the snow removal crew for your city, that the street they're going to be on here, or another street or another part of Montreal. And so it's kind of fun because you can hear all of those. So what I do is I leave the Uniden to scan around the 40 channels, so it kind of hits all of them at the same time, so you can hear a little bit of everybody. And a lot of them use it because they're like, well, okay, where's the snowblower? I need to know where to go to continue, getting some snow, and which is kind of cool because the trucks, of course, get paid for every truckload of snow that they will go and dump. Here they dump it in two places. One is close to here. There's a place called Francon, which is a quarry, and it's not very far from here. When I go to Addison Electronics store, it's actually just the other side of the street. There's a huge hole there, and it's a quarry, and it's not exploited as much as it used to before, but it's still an active quarry. So what they do is that hole, which is huge, they actually use it to dump the snow that they actually get in the street. And the funny part is last year there was a documentary on TV showing that they dumped so much snow in the last few years that now in the summertime, the snow doesn't completely melt. They still have a lot of snow that is at the bottom of the hole. And they say that it's starting to create a problem because in the wintertime when they start putting all that snow back, now it starts with a layer that's already pretty high. So they have a hard time dumping all the snow, and they got to send in trucks to actually move the snow around because there's just too much left now every summer when the summer ends. So it's kind of interesting to note that in that hole there's actually snow all year long where the sun doesn't shine pretty much. It's a very, very deep hole that over there. So they dump it there. The majority of the snow around here, they dump it there. But a lot of the snow also they dump it in the river, the St. Lawrence River. And that is something they're trying to stop because snow in a city on the ground is not very clean. So they note that when they dump the snow in the wintertime in the St. Lawrence River, a lot of the river gets all sorts of pollution. And so they're trying to find a way to stop dumping the snow in the river and find, the quarry here is perfect for that because it's rock all around. So when you dump there, it doesn't go anywhere else, then stay there. It just melts and evaporates. So anyways, it's fun for the CB radio part of it because there's a lot of activity when that happens. Shortwave archive supposed to get very cold here in Colorado as well. Monday will be the coldest. Call icon, yep, the polar vortex. It's interesting, all these new weather words and terms that we've never had before. Like now we have the polar vortex. We never had that in the 80s. They didn't call it the polar vortex. It's like when they call those big weather systems like weather bombs or something. It's like, okay, what? It's trying to make the weather more exciting or something. Bird says going to be about minus 14 Celsius, 6 Fahrenheit for the next couple of nights. Andy New, nice to have you here from the UK, M7CUN. Danny Shortwave and Radio DX. I'm very interested in that St. Gian weather radio. TV Radio 1972 has that radio. He has done weather band DXing. Pretty impressive little radio. Yeah, I'm going to post my videos this weekend. It is expensive, I have to say, for what it is, but you know what? This is an actual PLL-driven radio, not DSP. It seems to be really good on AM and on FM, and so this is kind of a cool little weather radio, honestly, that I will be talking about from St. Gian. I got it on sale because I would not have purchased it. Here in Canada, it's $87 right now. I would not have paid $87 for this. But it came on sale at $41.99. So when I saw it for $41.99, I thought, let's go for it. They do put in the description that it's a high-quality portable receiver. Definitely feels quality and definitely looks like it's a pretty good quality receiver. And it uses standard AA batteries, which is cool. So, yeah, we'll be talking about that. But it's an impressive little radio it doesn't have shortwave, but it's AM, FM, and weather band, and with weather alert. I think this is one of those little radios that should be in every home. It's pretty cool for that. But, of course, if you have a choice, and I'm pretty sure for a lot of you this is too expensive for what it is, I'll say it again and again. The D221 from XH Data. If I had a choice of only one, I'd take the D221, which is less expensive and even adds shortwave to all of the mix. So, I mean, that would be my first choice rather than this one. But this one, yeah, it is higher quality, and it's not DSP, so when you tune, you don't feel like you're tuning this one, which is kind of more touchy to the tuning knob. The only thing missing, a tuning knob. It's an up-down button for tuning. I really would have loved to have a tuning knob instead. The other thing that's missing that I kind of find a little sad, I guess they want us to use the earbuds as much as possible. but it doesn't have a telescopic antenna. So to have an antenna for FM and the weather band, they give you this little wire with a plug to put in the adapter in the earphone jack, because that's where the antenna goes. That's where the antenna is. So that is a little turn off for me. A telescopic, especially at that price, a little telescopic antenna would have been a good thing. But still, it's an interesting radio. David's Radio Room, I let the water drip whenever the temp freezes. We are in for some really cold weather here. J Dakota, I got almost 60 degrees yesterday and melted a lot of snow, but still not going away since it's getting super cold again. Well, you know what? Here, it's actually right now about 34 Fahrenheit. It's plus 2 Celsius, 35 Fahrenheit. But now it's starting to snow. And we're supposed to have 2 to 4 inches. So, and it's going to get colder and colder as the weekend goes and progresses. Dave, thank you so much for the tip. Much appreciated. And as we have a tip, just want to remind everybody that it is much appreciated to have a tip. I purchased the weather radio here thanks to your tips. I told you that, any money comes in goes for purchasing radios and stuff. I'm looking at purchasing something else also, that new little shortwave radio, but I'm waiting. I don't want to buy on AliExpress. I was surprised to see it at $9.27 Canadian today. That SI 4732 based little receiver, which is like, what, $10? Okay. And of course, any other radios. And you also can help me out not to starve tonight. The Pizza Fund is here, and the Pizza Fund is through PayPal, and you can actually help me not starve, because you don't want me to become all skinny because I don't have anything to eat. So the Pizza Fund through PayPal at the email address that I just posted here. It's much appreciated, guys, to support me. I'm here every week. I mean, we've had pretty long shows lately, and I know you guys enjoy that. I want to always remind, it's not always to the same people to actually donate. How about doing it if you never thought about it? And you know what? Any amount helps. Who cares about the amount? Any amount helps. So, do a little something. Yeah, especially if you enjoy what's happening here. You're here every week. Well, there's entertainment here, and it's, nothing's free. I had to buy a new PC for the streaming because the other one is getting older. I have to bet better internet for that, and this is my job. And so if you want to support, please do. And thanks, everyone. It's much appreciated. Okay, let's continue here with Carol says, make sure Mr. Paul doesn't go outside during the cold. Don't worry, he won't even want to go outside. When it's cold like that, I just open the door and I see him like shake, and he just turns around. He will not be outside at minus 24, that's for sure. That's for sure. It reminds me of Mignon, the other cat that I had. She was sometimes outside on minus 20, I remember. And I was always like, come on in. Don't stay outside at that temperature. A lot of cats die in the wintertime. So it's you don't want that. But now there's so much snow also outside in the backyard that we don't see any cats, because the cats don't want to go in that deep snow. Especially it's been so cold that the snow is all fluffy. So rather than, sometimes we have like a warm period and then it cools back and the snow comes hard. So the cats, when they walk on the snow. Usually that's okay. We see cats when that happens. But now the snow is so fluffy that when they go in the snow, they just, dive and are in the snow and below the snow. They don't like that. So I haven't seen much cats lately. Simon Templar, nice to have you on board as usual. Thank you for the file that I actually have added to my Yesu. Thank you so much. Works well. Brad Shaver, I don't know. North Canada people deal with this weather. We're used to it. It's like that. I mean, I have no, I actually, you're going to find me nuts when there's no wind. When it's like minus 25 outside, I enjoy I love taking a walk. You hear that crunching of the snow because it's so cold and it's super quiet. I just love it. Usually I go and take a walk. Again, Glenn Dansler, nice to have you on board from South Carolina, I would guess. Torben Iverson says, okay, we have it here, very common. We also use the heat from the floors for heating the house also, so we benefit from the heat. Yeah. So, 57, Steve DX1, nice to have you on board from Southeast Georgia. James Farley, nice to have you here from Old Britain, New Jersey. Simon Templar, I'm glad that you zipped the zip directory for FTDX didn't work. Yep, worked fine. Really worked fine. What else do we have? Jean Arrache, salut. J'espère que ça va bien. Nice to have you on board. Bob's Old Records, nice to have you here. We have The Invisible Man. Well, I see you now. Nice to have you on board. Where are you located, Invisible Man? Dave says 43 Fahrenheit here. Falling to 17 through Wednesday. So with 1 to 3 inches of snow. Bob Cantar, do you pull in your outdoor antenna when the bad weather hits? Nope. All stays outside. My MLE30 is going to be at minus 25 degrees. It's been in winter and cold weather and ice storms. My backyard infant antenna is there to stay up. I put them up so that they actually go through the winter and make sure that they do. Like my MLE30 next summer, I will have to do some work on it because the wooden pole that's holding it is getting pretty damaged by the weather and all, so it's starting to bend. You see that it's time to change. So next summer the MLE30 will probably have a change. I'll be looking at maybe also adding something or changing something. I would like to have maybe a third antenna, third choice that I could use that could be interesting maybe. I am looking at the next door neighbor tree for maybe an extra wire, but I don't know. We're going to see. Invisible Man got a glass of Maker's Mark. Brian Penny, nice to have you here from Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Always nice to have you on board, my friend. Tassovi, nice to have you on board. And pretty cool. Thank you all for the cheers. Skylar Phoenix, nice to have you on board from freezing cold Colorado. So it's coming here too. Different Gear TV says, I think my monitor is off key. That looks like orange juice on my screen. Well, it's almost colored orange juice. The color it has kind of looks like it. Your monitor isn't that off, honestly. Dave, is there a hidden feature on the PL330 that keeps the clock on full time? You mean when the radio's off? Or when you're actually tuning the bands? Or I think when it's on with tuning the bands, I don't think the clock displays all the time. I'm not sure though. I haven't. You know what? I haven't. You're reminding me. I haven't used and tuned PL330 in months. I need to take it out and play around with it for sure. For sure. Penny C, nice to have you on board. Brent, VE3GXD, nice to have you here from Brockville, Ontario. Hope you're doing well too. It's been a long time. Hope everything's all right on your part of the world. It's nice to see you here today. What else do we have? Brad Shaver, life's too short. Enjoy. TSOV, I noticed that my XH data D608WB that the temperature is about 5 degrees off. I've also seen someone else on YouTube say the same thing. Wondering if anyone who has this radio noticed the same thing. You know, a lot of these radios don't have very accurate, info on these, both on the temperature and on the clock. You know, the clock. You guys complain about the clock a lot. I've seen that. But you know what? Look at your PC. You know, we talk about our radio has a crappy clock. Look at any computer. If it wasn't for the fact that it synchronizes regularly online with the clock, with, like WWV or whatever, your computer would be off crazy fast. And I see it because when you do FT8, anybody that does FT8 knows how crappy computer clocks are. You have to have either software or have it synchronized regularly, because in just one day, my computer clock can go off by a second. And I see it when I do FT8. Because on FT8, you need to have an accurate clock on your computer. So, I don't know where everybody gets their clock circuits today. But it's like there's some cheap manufacturer somewhere that's just sending out these little circuits of clocks or something. And or the chips that have them are like low-grade quartz crystal clocks or something. And the clocks are horrible on everything. It's not just even the radios we buy. It's the computers. But on the computers, we don't see it, because the computer is synchronized with the clock online all the time. So it doesn't show that the clock is actually real bad. Leave your computer off for 2 or 3 days, and man, you're going to see the number of seconds it's off. It's crazy. So I'm not surprised about temperature. I would not be surprised that it could be off by several degrees. But you got to remember also one thing. If the XH data or any radio, if you hold it in your hand and while it's working, it could generate a little bit of heat. So that could make the reading of the temperature off by a few degrees. Kamikaze 1976. Nice to have you here from West Michigan. We have James Farley, congratulations. Danny Shortwave's got 5,000 subs. Cool, congratulations. Congratulations, Danny Shortwave. Stan the Man, nice to have you on board from Northern Illinois. Carl Minix, nice to have you here from Shelby, North Carolina. Matthew Fernal, nice to have you here from Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. Minus 27 there. That's what's going to hit us soon. That's really what's going to hit us soon, this temperature. Blogadai, nice to have you here. Hitting 5 degrees Fahrenheit this week. Sheldon Harvey, nice to have you here from Greenfield Park, Quebec. Nice to have you on board. Rick Ward, nice to have you here from MN. What is that? Minnesota? I would guess. I'm not. There's a few states that I have a hard time on the U.S. side. Dave, been too cold for extended listening in my low noise spot of the garage, so I've been doing a bit less this week. Yeah, you need some kind of little eater that will help you out. WF7i Homebrew, big radio news for me is I should be receiving my Kiwi SDR on Tuesday. Can't wait to get that on the air. Cool. Let us know when it's on, that we can go and tune it from your location. It'd be fun. I haven't heard the buzzer too, James Farley. It's, I think, the first year that I haven't heard the buzzer at all. Is it the higher noise? I've been wondering, is it higher noise? Or is it really their signal isn't as strong? I've heard actually RWM Moscow time signal many times on 4996. Usually that's an indication for me. If I hear the RW time signal from Moscow on 4996, I usually go down to 4625 and check for the buzzer. I haven't heard it. Paul, VT Radio, nice to have you on board. AA1SU from Northern Vermont. And we adopted a kitten this week, 18 weeks old. Name is Alexander. Well, wow. Have fun with Alexander. It's so cool. So cool to have a little cat in the house. So cool. Steve Burnham, nice to have you on board from Central Pennsylvania. Sheldon Harvey sharing the ham events going on right now. The North American QSO Party, SSB, that started at 1800 Zulu today. So this is a big one, absolutely. It's pretty cool. What else do we have? Simon Templar. The shows are always a high point of my weekend. Cool. I think for a lot of people they are, and that's cool. I mean that's the reason they're going on. I mean, you know, I feel the want and the importance that people have with that, and that they like and want to have these shows. Bill B17, nice to have you on board. London 19657, nice to have you here. Blogger, I have the HRD 757, Quartus NDX 286, ADS 25 Max decoder, XH Data D109WB, and Seaward R108 here on the desk. Only does? I mean, you know, I sometimes think people would just come in here when I go with a little nuts on the radios, and they would just come in and say, wow, you're completely crazy. Because they'd get in my house and they would actually see that I'm listening to 4 radios in my office, and there's 4 more turned on in the kitchen and 2 in the living room, and all tuned to different signals, or sometimes all tuned to the same signal, because I just want to see how well everybody goes. And it's like, yeah, I'm completely crazy. SWAT cats about 525 to 600 kilohertz on AM. I keep hearing what sounds like the second ticks from WWV. All across that frequency range, because there's a radio relay signal, time signal type station from Central America, from Cuba, from somewhere that could be there. But if you're hearing something like ticks, one thing to note is there could be something around you that is interfering. You know what? One of the things I noticed, and I noticed it on radios that are less expensive, like this one, the D221. I don't even need to be very close to my router for me to hear the data bursts interfering with the radio. And actually, as long as I'm in this room, I hear those ticks. I have to actually go out of the room for them to disappear on some of my radios. Not all the radios are affected, but those that are in this room, it's almost impossible to listen to anything. Mr. Stonegrove, nice to have you on board from Stockholm, and that's been thawing for several days, so similar temperatures as Turbin, and the snow mostly gone right now. So, Penny C question, Jill, what brand type of rechargeable battery should I purchase for my Texan PL660? My previous batteries only lasted 1 year or so. 2 things to know about rechargeable batteries. So I purchase, do I have some in here? I probably have some in this radio. I purchase Amazon branded rechargeables, the NIMH. So you see here, Amazon Basics. So those are white, but the new ones I think are green. The ones I have there are green, and those are the latest that I purchased. So I buy Amazon branded NIMH, nickel metal hydride batteries from Amazon. They are really good. I know some of you have also good brands that you buy that you might want to share with our friend here. But there's a few things you need to know about rechargeables. And one of them is don't do deep cycles all the time. Don't use them in, like NIMH batteries, they don't have memory effect. When the battery is, even if the battery is just 60%, charge it. Just plug it in and charge it. Also, avoid at all cost quick chargers. You do not want to recharge your batteries in 1 hour. That puts so much stress and heat on the rechargeables that you will kill your rechargeables in a year. Those are going to be dead in a year if you have a fast charger. You don't need to use the slow chargers, but use a charger that takes 3, 4, 5 hours. That is slower. It's fast enough for most of us, and the batteries will last a lot longer. So all sorts of things like that. Also, you know what? I do not charge my batteries within the radio. I know the radio can charge them, but it's dreadfully slow. And I use an external charger for that. I have a charger here for that you guys have. I've talked about it. It's a charger that charges up to 8 batteries of any kind. I can charge AA, AAAs, but I can also charge the 18650 lithium-ion batteries in it. So it charges all sorts of batteries because it detects what battery you've put in, and it's just amazing. And it charges in 4 or 5 hours or something, and it's a great charger. And it's so be careful with the batteries. Like I said, not too much. Don't put them to 0 all the time. If you use them and do deep cycles all the time, it's never good for any battery. Deep cycles are bad for batteries. And once again, don't use a quick charger. This is going to kill your batteries. Does anyone know what broadcast was on 6145? At what time? Heard in Maryland for a while last night. At what time? What time was it? Without time, we can't help you. Summon Templar, I hang out channel 35 to 40 on Sidebane. I use my Lima Victor 11 meter DX club call sign 2LV655. Brad Shavers, Zero Snow, North Illinois. Blogadai, I use Eneloop AA batteries for my radios. I have some of them with the Space Track radar was operating up in Greenland. No, wait, whoa. I'm mixing up two people here. Still good for many years, used for PL660. My first, the ones you saw here white in my radio, this is the first time I purchased the Amazon Basics. So these are at least, I'd say, a good 3 years old, if not 4, and are still very good. So that gives you an idea. These are pretty good. The other ones I have, the last time I purchased rechargeables on Amazon was about 1.5 years ago. So it gives you an idea that I purchased a lot, so I have about probably close to 50 rechargeables, AA, and they're all top shape, and they're from about 1.5 years up to about 4 years of use. Of course, the more you use them, the less they're going to last, because there is a factor that you have to check in. Is like, there's a kind of a limit on the number of charge cycles that the batteries accept. But usually it's a slow decline, which means the batteries will slowly have less and less power in them as you charge them. But batteries should, normal rechargeable batteries should last more than 1 year. That's for sure. Scalar Phoenix, years ago, I had a snowblower keep interfering with the space track radar that I was operated up in Greenland. What else do we have? Scalar Phoenix, do Canadians even get cold? Cold, what's that? What else do we have? So, you know, just quickly, if we look at 6145, 6145, evenings, there's Radio Romania late in the evening in Romanian. But there's a lot of... there's most of the stations here are from China. So I don't know what you were listening to. Andrew, so what else do we have? Some sort of digital broadcast wasn't weather facts. Well, on 6145, there shouldn't be anything that is... what radio were we using when you heard that? Darren Rogers, nice to have you here from Long Island, New York. Andrew Ross, just a thought. Does snow on the ground improve, enhance radio reception? It snows so rarely here, I can't remember if it alters conditions. On the shortwave bands, weather has pretty much no effect. At that frequency range, there isn't really any effect of snow, rain, or anything in general. What's the model name of the Sanjian? It's the Sanjian here is the DT 400W. Delta Tango 400 Whiskey. DT 400W. It's an AM/FM. They call it the AM/FM Digital Weather Alert Pocket Radio. And so... Martin Frayne, well, from what I heard, it's supposed to be back soon. They were saying it's supposed to be back soon for the XH Data website. Al Wilkinson, we had a microburst in NDG Park about 7 or 8 years ago, and it took away 3 of our 4 trees. That is a weather term. Microburst, never heard that too. Yeah, microbursts, that's also a term that's kind of new in the vocabulary of the weather. 559 Texas Mobile. Snow for us here in Southeast Texas on Tuesday. Rare event, but it may happen. 145 SFG, my DT200X, same box. It's very good at AM and FM. Matt says, right now I'm not getting good shortwave reception, and I'm in the middle of a very large area of fresh snow. Obviously, that's because geomagnetic conditions aren't great today. Yeah. Then your shortwave, the Sanjian reminds me of the C-Crane CC Pocket Radio. Mr. Tracer, nice to have you on board from Bulgaria. Rick VA3ZYW, nice to have you on board. What else? Shortwave Archive, read an article about people who used to work at one of the former USSR jamming facilities. They couldn't leave their little neighborhood next to the site except for a few times a year and for work. Art Don, nice to have you here. K280C from New Jersey. What else do we have? Danny Shortwave ordered the SI 4732 Mini radio with a donut loop antenna on AliExpress. I paid total $29.72. So Just surprising, all of these things. Do I have an Elmer Fudd hat? No, I don't. Then you Shortwave. I enjoy the winter except when it's windy. I enjoy walking in the snow also. Penny C agrees, Joe. With no wind, I don't mind the cold. The crunching of the snow is the best. Marvin Mott's, nice to have you here from Japan Islands. What else do we have? WCF7I Homebrew says, I had my first snow run in a couple of years. Did the 3-mile jog on snow on a mountain trail. Patches of ice to make it treacherous, but it was interesting. Yeah, sometimes that's the thing. You got to be careful. The ice under the snow. That's the tricky part. Jeff and 4ZHM. Love your shortwave and computer videos. Thank you so much. KW1161 Elogel from partly cloudy in cooler Tucson, Arizona, working outside on digging hole for water leak. Andrew Ross, how high up is your MLE 30? Well, technically from the ground it's very high because I'm on the 3rd floor here, so it's extremely high, but it's very, from the balcony floor on the 3rd floor here, it's about, I don't know, 10, 12 feet high. About 12 feet high. It's just barely above the height of the roof here. I've been thinking of maybe replacing it with a new one because it's been there for a long time, and making some modifications also. It's getting, although it's getting lower frequency as well, it's been getting more and more noise, and I'm starting to wonder if maybe there could be a better place for it somewhere. I don't know. It's something I need to check out for sure. So let's check it out here. Okay. Mike B, nice to have you on board from Bayfield, Colorado. Penny C, can anyone guarantee that the MLA 30 will work indoors before I purchase, as I have no means for an outdoor setup? Look, indoors, a lot of people use it indoors in a window and seem to have great results, but it's not a guarantee. It depends what indoors noise you have. It could work well. It could just not work at all because of the noise level. It's not a miracle antenna. But if you have to use it indoors, you know, it's your best bet. If nothing else works indoors, that's your best chance that you have. But some people have used it indoors, and with pretty good success. Danny Shortwave, yes, also people have to be careful when starting their automobiles when it's cold. Stray cats tend to hide inside the car. Yeah. Got to be careful with that. Mr. Tracy, Tracer agrees from the Black Sea. Nice to have you here. Keegan DXer, nice to have you on board from Northwest Arkansas. So discharge back home. Cool. Hope everything's going well with your knee and that your recovery is going well. Let's go ahead here. Keegan DXer, over the past weekend, my dad, W9JF, passed away after a battle with stage 4 liver cancer. He was 85. He introduced me to radio, teaching me how radio works, radio waves, propagations, and antennas. Wow, so sad to hear that, Keegan. You've mentioned your dad. It's obvious you look up at your dad very highly. You've mentioned him so many times here on the live shows. And it is extremely sad to hear that your dad passed away. You know, you're in a great place for among people that will help you, you know, in the healing process. It's always a tough thing to go through. And one of the things that you need to do is just take time for yourself too. I mean, also you're going through, you know, surgery in your knee and everything. Just take time to, you know, think of yourself. Take time for yourself. Do the things you love, and always cherish the great moments of all the radio fun that you have thanks to your dad. My cold condolences, and it's really, really sad to hear this. Do take care of yourself, okay, Keegan? Please do. Matt MDK2, 1 second per day isn't that bad. My PL600 loses 15 seconds in a 24-hour period. Well, you know, the computer clock is more than one. I'd say my computer clock here is 3 or 4, at least 3 or 4. It's pretty crazy. Depends on each, I guess it depends on the purity of each crystal, quartz crystal they use or something. But it's crazy how the clocks, you know, you'd think that in 2024, 2025, clocks would be so simple to manufacture that are almost, you know, to the precision of atomic clocks. Nope, we got crappy clocks. I think the first quartz crystal watches of the 70s, 80s were probably more precise than the clocks we have today. Oh, man. Timothy Malmon says the PC clock circuits fluctuate and most of them cannot be tuned without software. Yeah, you got to, you know. Jeff, and for ZHM, I use a program called Network Time. Yeah, that's what I have on my computer to keep the clock as precise as possible. KW Unlimited 61, my Belka DX solved that problem on clocks. It doesn't have one. Well, that's the best. That's the best way to not get your clock off. Oh, man. What else do we have? James Farley. So, Blogger and I have been figuring out the ATS25 Max decoder this week. It decoded some CW for me. Did you decode some W1AW, Blogger and I? That's one of the best because, you know, it's very accurate, sent by computers. One thing you can check out on the handbands, part of the handbands is, and CW is very, very fast CW. Most of that is sent by computers, not humans. James Farley says most people don't realize that most of North America picks up European and Asian stations over the pole. Yeah, most of the time. Most of the time. John Beckham, nice to have you here from Northeast Florida. The Invisible Man, thank you for the tip. Much appreciated, my friend. Yeah, too cold to put up antennas now. Dave, PL330 clock staying on while tuning around was the question. Okay, no, I don't think it can. I don't think it has the ability to have a clock while you tune. I would have to, you know, I haven't tuned mine in such a long time. I can tell you that. Shortwave archive for RWM only being 10 kilowatts from Taldum. That's good DX. Yeah, but I hear it regularly here. It's kind of an easy one here. RWM. James Farley getting slow scan TV on 14-30. John Beckham, nice to have you on board. Blogger, you can call up the clock, but I don't think it will stay on the display when tuning. There's no hidden feature. Yeah, I don't think it stays on the display. Yeah, as we get older, we're kind of easy. It's easier to get cold. Definitely, Dave. Al H, nice to have you here. Jero Castillo, nice to have you here. Used to listen to Shortwave with my Kasuga portable short radio, 3-band shortwave, especially programs in English language. Used to listen when I lived in Oklahoma, and from 84 to 88. Well, cool. It's always cool. EP says Envelopes. Blagadai, I did test a test of radio thermometers last week. 5 degrees Fahrenheit isn't unusual. Yeah. I mean, 5 Fahrenheit is like 2 Celsius. So it's like less of a problem in Celsius than it is in Fahrenheit. Keegan DXing, my sister Christine moved here to Arkansas from Massachusetts last September to be closer to our dad and help take care of us. She helped him to get his VA visits and health food store purchases. What else do we have? Let's go down. Stan Demand, sorry to hear about Dad Keegan. Okay. Al H. Joel, I'm from a very rainy and Long Island, New York. Perfect day to listen to the shortwave and my cat. Absolutely. Up here we were they weren't sure. It was like it's either snow or rain, but obviously it started snowing. Even though it's a little bit above zero right now. It's about 34 Fahrenheit, 2 degrees Celsius. Yeah, sweatcats, but we don't use nightcats anymore. Especially they're so toxic. The new ones are better. The NIMH, the nickel metal hydride, is still better. And, Bill B17 says, Streamlight has a battery I use with the PL880. Pretty good. Also can charge USB-C. KU, happy Saturday. Thank you for bringing the community together again. Added my thumbs up. Thank you so much. What else do we have? Let's check it out. Richard Wagner, not all the news started back when jet crash from windshield microburst. Yeah. Mr. Stonegrove, isn't microburst more from an aviation term? Could slam airplanes into ground when at low altitude? Yeah, probably. They probably have taken that term and put it in the standard weather, because microbursts are now standard here also when you listen to the weather when there was like tornadoes in a place. You know what? I was witness one summer. You know, when they call it microburst for a reason. I was up north about 25 years ago, and I was at my father's shack, which is very isolated. I mean, the closest neighbor is really pretty far away. So one very hot summer afternoon, the sky came very dark. And I mean, I've never seen wind that powerful. It lasted, I'd say 2 minutes. It was really quick. It was powerful enough that it actually downed a couple of trees And I mean, everything that I had outside was like, I had to go fetch it in the forest. It was like, everything was like picked up. And we had a pretty heavy table. The table flew across the whole place. And it was like, wow. And I was chicken shit. I was scared. I was like, what the hell is happening? It lasted 2 minutes. And then the sun came back. And the funniest thing is, later on, we went to the village. And I started talking about, wow, what a storm this afternoon. And everybody looked at me like, what storm? No one in the village that is maybe 5 or 6 kilometers from where I was. This is where the city, the small town starts. There, they had nothing. It was sunny all the afternoon. They didn't even have clouds. And I was in an area where there was like this huge wind. It didn't rain or anything. But the wind, I'll never forget the wind. And in the howling of the wind with the trees around you is so impressive. And I was like, wow. And nobody was, like, I tell you, I talked about it and I said, like, nobody believed me until one guy that was near the Rivière Rouge. There's a river called the Rivière Rouge, Red River, not far. He was on the beach of the river, taking some sunshine. He came in the restaurant I was in, and while everybody said, well, nothing happened special, he came in, and he was one of the guys that everybody knew there. He came in and he said, wow, what a storm. And everybody was like, what storm? And I got up and I said, you saw the storm too. And he said, man, I can't forget what I just seen. It's like the wind was so strong, I had to hold on to a tree. And I was like, finally, somebody saw what I saw. But nobody else, nobody would believe me if it wasn't for that guy coming from the beach. And I was like, oh God, he saw what I saw. Man, it was crazy. Oh, man. Okay, what else do we have? Dave says, very happy with the PL330 and a Malahide DSP ZRV5. One more radio and I would be ecstatic. The S2200X. Yeah. Now wind shear. Yeah, absolutely. For planes. SWL Signals 23. Nice to have you here from Florida. Danny Shortwave says, yeah, first heard of that word microburst from an air disaster YouTube channel video. Watch those channel too. SWAT-CAT's wind shear, sometimes referred to as wind gradient. Difference in wind speed and or direction over a short distance. Rob's radio channel, nice to have you here. 1 hour in the books and 5 to go, says Danny Shortwave. Oh, man. Scatter Phoenix, I can vouch for MLE30 World indoors for me. Works indoors for me in a window. Not fantastic, but goes from not good to worted. So, yeah, for the price paid, that's the thing. So, here you go. Scatter Phoenix MLE30 indoors improves things enough for me to justify replacing my Ethan 750 with Joe's favorite Texan S2200X. Jerf, nice to have you here. KD0GS in Colorado. Nice to have you on board for our inches of fresh snow last night. 12 Fahrenheit. What else do we have? Jill's still looking for one of those M antennas. Hey, no problem, Keegan. Thank you for the tip, Rob's radio channel. Scatter Phoenix, yeah, everyone in Colorado is holding up like it's the zombie apocalypse. Gonna have to start communicating with each other over shortwave. I need to get my ham and GMRS licenses. Oh, that's a good thing with your sister. Nothing with being with family to help each other out, Keegan. Matthew Fernal, what's the best relatively inexpensive outdoor AM/FM antenna? Well, AM/FM antenna is you don't have an AM/FM antenna. You can have something like the K180 WLA, which does go to VHF, would technically classify as an AM/FM antenna, but FM and AM are so far apart in frequency range that you will usually need two different antennas most of the time for each band. SWAT cats. Oh yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while that is happening. The project to study the ionosphere. That's why you hear at the 8 minute, every 8 minute, you hear the sweet tones, all sorts of sweet tones on the frequency. If you join, you have software on your computer that you can actually add, and you can actually participate in the propagation study by tuning those tones at under different frequencies on shortwave at different times. WF7I Homebrew ARRL VHF contest going on this weekend. Worked a couple of 6-meter stations on FT8 now. Cool. I haven't even checked if there was something on FT8. John H. says it was so cold in St. Francis, Wyoming. The chickens are... Wisconsin. The chickens are lining up to go to the oven. Man. Nicole Phillips, nice to have you on board. We think it's cold here. 0 Celsius, 0 degrees, 5 centimeters of snow brings to a standstill. We do not have the infrastructure here to deal with, as it does not last long. Nicole, G6PGV. Well, welcome aboard, Nicole. Well, here's going to be minus 25 tomorrow night, and on Monday night too. Minus 25 Celsius, and we probably have a foot of snow, and life continues like nothing is happening. Here we're used to that. It's always been like that, so it's the way it is. But when you don't have those temperatures or that amount of snow we get here, we get something like 200 centimeters of snow every winter here, in a normal winter. So it's, we need to have all of that. Welcome aboard, Nicole. Always nice to have you here. Is the Sangean DT250 any good? I don't know. But have to have someone that owns one to tell you. Terrence, nice to have you on board from New Jersey, KD2ANN. Good afternoon. And nice to have you on board. Take care, Andrew Ross. Always nice to have you on board. ¿Cómo está, mi amigo? David in Barcelona. We made contact this week on FT8 on, what was it, Wednesday morning? It's kind of cool. And I find it a lot of fun. Mad Reader DXer has been doing some live. And what's really, really nice is that we've been actually getting some sorry, getting some shortwave and trying to make contact with Mad Radio DX in the UK and having a lot of fun. So it's been kind of cool to really tune around and try to make contact. And I made a contact with David in Barcelona, and we made contact. We tried to make contact with Mad Radio DX in the UK. He actually did see my signal, but I never caught his here. So we're going to try again this week on Friday morning if everything is all right, around 14:30 UTC. So we're going to see what we can do with that, if we can contact each other. And I'll be checking. I want to maybe set up a time period at some point, and I'll post it on Facebook. I'll make a video about it too on YouTube. Check out all the outlets where you can find me. Maybe do a little special official shortwave contact SSB voice on a band. So I'll settle for a specific band and time, and maybe we can try to make some contacts together. I think a lot of you might find it interesting, especially and even if you're in out of ham, try to hear our stations, and of course QSL card for anybody that hears me. So I think it could be a fun thing to do. What else do we have? Yeah, the W1AW is the best. When I use my decoder here in the Yaesu, I find it's the easiest is W1AW. Things like that. Matt, microburst caused a bunch of roof damage here in the neighborhood about 15 years ago. We had gone into the basement because tornado sirens were going off, and it sounded like it might have been one. Yep. So, Sweatcats just sent you an e-letter. Okay. Anything special in here? Let me check out if I get email. So I've got check it out here. If I got anything. Got nothing that came in right now. So I'll be checking out in a couple of minutes. What else do we have? What else do we have? LSR390A is the best receiver. A Collins, I believe. And what else do we have? David. Yep. What else do we have? Okay. Let's go down. Radio channel shows I got my terminal camera this week. Help out fault finding on short on the board quicker. Huh, interesting. A terminal camera, maybe you're talking terminal camera. Shortwave Archive recently obtained a 1932-33 catalog of radio sets and accessories from the East London Rubber Company. It's amazing seeing some of those old radio designs. I have downloaded some magazines on the world radio history. I'm going to share this again because it's such an amazingly wonderful resource. worldradiohistory.com. Guys, there you get tons of magazines and PDF, including if you are searching for old popular communications, monitoring times, and so on. They're all there. 73 magazine, QST. There's a lot of stuff, but there's old stuff from the 40s and 50s and even in the 30s that are totally worth checking out. So here's the website. Go and check that out. There's tons of things in there. But I mean, I am blown away. I look at those and I'm like, oh man, I would have loved to see all of that back in the day when all of, what is radio. Imagine if we would go back with like an SDR in World War II and monitor all the activity on the shortwave bands. What was out there? Oh man, it must be incredible. Prasad, nice to have you on board from India. And I'm wishing you a happy new year too. Much appreciated. And it's 2:45 a.m. in Goa, India. So recent acquisition, a Digitech Audio 1780. Oh, that, man, I haven't seen that one anywhere for a long time. It used to be on so many places that I would look at radios. So cool. Not much winter here. 73 to 81. Yeah, I guess there's not a lot of winter in India in general. So nice to have you here. Always nice to have you on board, Prasad. Yeah, you used to come in more at the when I used to have the live show at night here in North America, because there was like early morning over there. This one is much more in the middle of the night for you. So nice to have you here. Once again, Happy New Year. Wish everything goes well for you, my friend. Nice to have you here from India. So, David says, yeah, it was very complicated to place you again in the log using FT8. Good pad between us. Yeah. Maybe we'll try an SSB voice or something next time. Scouter Phoenix, when you said the Ratty from 760 is deaf on certain frequency, do you mean it can't receive anything at all? Was it long wave or an HF? The Ratty, the one I have from I got the HRD 737 here. Which is actually, it's fine on shortwave, but it's not on the rest of the band because it doesn't have the bandwidths to receive what you need to receive. So it's just doesn't receive. Steve Ostrowski, nice to have you on board. There is always something wrong with Radio Havana Cuba, so I will be in Havana next week and have written to them to ask if a tour of RHC is available. Nothing heard. Crickets. Yeah, I think they're not in a good position right now. SWL Signals 23, you reviewed the K180 LWLA loop like 4 years ago. Watch your video. What were your final thoughts? Is it worth buying? So here's the thing. I was thinking of maybe purchasing another one because there's been improvements on the K180 WLA. The first generation, and that's what I got, you had no way of changing anything. So here, it was the crappiest thing because of the strong FM stations. It was overloaded all the time and everything because it's a wideband antenna. But the latest versions have a switch. You can actually remove that part of the spectrum so that the antenna actually performs better on shortwave. So I think I'm going to get a new one and redo a new review for that antenna because, if I positioned it in a way that the VHF was not overloaded, it actually became a surprisingly good shortwave antenna. And it also was a pretty good VHF antenna. So I need to check it out because the latest version with all of that, with the switch to turn on and off the circuit, a lot of people actually enjoy that one a lot more. So I think that's going to be, I'm going to purchase a new one. You know, I think it's going to be maybe interesting to purchase a new MLA30 and a new K180 WLA. I think both would be nice to have as antennas, and redo maybe a review of both. Actually, is the MLA30 today up to par to what I have right now? The K180 WLA also, which is nice. The Bias T-Box has a rechargeable battery, so when the power goes out, the antenna still continues to work, and that is cool if you want to do some radio listening. So that's pretty nice too. Yeah, Ornicoro with DXers Unlimited. I miss DXers Unlimited. It was kind of a relax kind of show. You know, nothing fancy and nothing, you know, you felt just like, you know, you were welcome. And that's it. Okay, beer number two. Beer number two. Actually, I've been drinking the beer only on the live shows because, and even avoiding going out with my friends because I'm on a diet since the beginning of the year. I do want to lose 45 pounds. It's somewhat hard, but not that hard actually, up to now. And I'm actually took my weight this morning. I've got 10 pounds lost, which I'm very proud of, and it actually makes me want to continue. So I'm having beer only on the live shows because I compensate, and by having beer only on the live shows every week, I can still diet and still be okay with my diet. So cheers, everybody. Cheers to 10 pounds lost. 30 more to go. We'll see. But I really am very, very minded right now to, you know, lose all of that weight. It's mostly belly fat that I want to lose, you know. Because I'm a big guy naturally. You know, big. I got muscles and I got big bones. So I'm a big guy naturally, but it's the belly that's the biggest problem, and I want to lose that. So cheers, everybody. Oh, Shortwave Archives got an SSTV image decoded about a year ago. It showed Paul. Yeah, that's the one that it was so funny because I tried all the. I need to go back. I want to do SSTV again. I miss doing slow scan TV. It's so much different and so much fun compared to, you know, FT8 or whatever. And I still remember it was just so great. I called on every single amateur band slow scan TV frequency when I did SSTV. Obviously 20 meters is where it's all happening on 14230, but I called SSTV, CQ SSTV on 10 meters, and I got an email on my amateur radio email, and it was a 14-year-old kid that was in Poland at the first time, and he just sent me a, you know, said that he sent me an email saying that he was hearing me and all. He actually posted the code he had of my SSTV picture, which was Paul the Cat, and it was pretty clean actually. It's very nice, and he was very happy to hear me. So he had put his postal address in the message. So I thought, Okay, no, I'm not going to answer back. He's 14 years old. He's a listener. I'm not going to answer back with an EQSL. So I actually took a real paper QSL and I sent him a real paper QSL in an envelope. And about 3 weeks after I sent it, I get this email from him. He is just so happy because it's the first time ever that he receives a paper QSL in his mailbox. And he's just amazed. And he just says, wow, your QSL card is so beautiful. That cat is so beautiful. And you know what? It reminded me of me at 14 years old. Opening the mailbox and having these envelopes with correspondence from all the stations, QSL cards, pennants, and how happy I was and how amazed I was to come home with these letters and, waiting for me. My mom would always take the letters in the mailbox when I was in school, put them on my desk with my radios. So I'd come in, and the first thing that I would do is take a peek at my desk if there's some letters. And if I'd see 2 or 3 letters, I was like, oh, this is so cool. I got some correspondence tonight. And I would open, and I remember I would look at every little thing that was in that envelope. If you put your frequency frequency schedules, pictures, whatever you put, I would look at every single item. And so when he came back and the email, you could feel that it is, it was so amazing to him. And so I just, went back when I was 14. And that's what I wanted. When I sent him a paper QSL, it was like, no, I'm sending you a paper QSL because I want you to have the same feel, the same cool thing than it actually that I felt back in the day, Matt, yes, I miss Arnie. The fact that their transmission problems got worse after he passed makes me think he was the only one really capable of running things there. Yeah, he was pretty much the one fixing stuff all the time. Okay, Rob's radio channel picks up heat. Yeah, cool. No, our radio van in Cuba is off the bands pretty much. Radio Rebelde and 5025 is there. I think they're keeping that for that. They're keeping whatever's on, whatever still works for Radio Rebelde for 5025. There's some China Radio International relay, but it's usually not very good. Yeah, those Collins weigh 2 tons, absolutely, and in you. Yeah, CO2KK. What is this call? Absolutely. Oh, man. Somebody else signals 2020. Thank you, y'all. Order appreciated. Cool. One Yankee says, make homebrew that way you're working it off before you drink it. I was offered a machine. There was I got an email. They wanted me to kind of test their machines and talk about it on my live shows. It would have been interesting. But yeah, making the brew at home, yeah. WF7I, great job on the weight loss. I once lost 115 pounds back in 2011. Changed my life big time. It's worth the struggle. Yeah, it is. I mean, I got up to the I didn't have anything to weigh myself for a while, so I bought one at the store the other day. Well, the other day in December, and I got on it and I was like, oh boy, 253 pounds. That's way too much, and most of it due to my belly fat. So I was like, no, I don't want to. I want to go below 200. But I put my target at 40 pounds. I put my target at 40 pounds. But if it works well and I continue, and for now it works well, I know that at 40 I'm going to be like, no, okay, let's go below 200 pounds. And I want to be, if I would follow my thing, I would be at, I want to be like 185, something like that. I don't want to be 140 or 50. I mean, if you look at the charts, it's like at the height that I am and all of that, it's like, oh, your ideal weight is 150. No, that's too skinny. I don't want to be 150. I want to be like, 180, 190. I'll be okay with that. But if I could be just below 200, I think that would be nice. It all comes with one major thing. It's like, first, this year, for the first time ever, and when you get older, that's where all the extra is starting to show. When you're 30, you get extra weight, you're still in shape. But when you're 55, that extra weight is starting to show. And so in the last year, I've noticed that I'm not in shape like I used to be. I noticed that, when I get up the steps here, it's kind of tougher. So all of that is making me think, okay, whoa. You gotta do something about it. And there's the other factor. When you look at yourself in the mirror, do you like what you see? I don't like what I see. So that also is a big factor. It's like, no, I want to look better. I want to look like someone that, isn't fat. You got to use the word, today, because like there's so much sensitivity. It's like, well, you can't say fat. It's like, hey, I'm fat. What do you want me to say? What other term do you want me to use? I'm fat. That's it. So, I just want to take it down and lose pounds. So, 10 done. We're January, 18th, 19th, 18th? So that's 10 pounds in 18 days. I know it's going to go slower from now on, because the more you go, the tougher it is, because your body gets into some kind of, low energy mode. But I would like, from now until summer, to be at least 30 to 40 lost. So I've got an app on my phone that helps me tremendously well, which is called My Fitness Pal. And it's really good because it's really good at calculating all the calories I take every day. If I walk, if I do exercise, my phone calculates that while I'm, doing all sorts of stuff. So we're going through it, and I haven't really talked to anybody about it, because it's like, it's my struggle, and I'm going through my struggle. So, but, it's a little hard. There are days where it's harder than others, but it's not too bad. It's not too bad. So Penny C, congrats on losing 10 pounds. VT Radio, congrats on 10 pounds. Lost 17 pounds since November. Congratulations. That's pretty cool. Darwin Iverson, could be fun with a night with slow scan TV and live streaming it. We did it once, actually, doing a slow scan TV, sending out slow scan TV on the live show. You know what? Let me set it up this week, because right now there's no software set up with the Yaesu to control the Yaesu for a slow scan. Let me set that up this week, and maybe next Saturday we could do a couple of slow scan TV tests. I think it could be cool. I think it could be cool. What else do we have? Shortwave, my first pay-per-QSL was from Radio Romania International 2 years ago. I was also very happy and just about his age. And, you know. Tibostowski, I was always impressed on how thin the paper stock in QSL could be from some of the poorer stations. Yeah. Yeah, Cuba is trying. You know, I guess if they had what it takes to fix everything, they would definitely come back on the air. But it's lack of, you know, this is what I always say. If you look at all the tropical band stations, if you look at all the smaller stations, the majority of them, how did they leave shortwave? They left shortwave. How? They left shortwave simply because they didn't have the money to fix anything. And the transmitter gave out and they disappeared. And that's the way it was. So a lot of stations left not because they wanted to leave. They left because that's the way it is. They didn't have any money to fix anything. So, you know. Ah, snap. Here. That's nice. That's nice. Here we go. Blogadai says used a external USB battery pack with the MLA30 biasing T. After months, it's down to 99%. Oh yeah, the power that it consumes so little power that it kind of lasts forever. It's crazy. It's just amazing how low power is that antenna. So you know what, Durbin, we're gonna check that out next week. I will actually make sure that my software, I'll brush up on my SSTV, which is a little rusty. And next week, maybe we have an SSTV challenge. And you know what? To add to the fun, next week, anybody that will send me a picture, an SSTV picture decoded not on a Kiwi SDR, on their real radio with their own equipment, on the email, will get a paper QSL through the mail. That could be fun. $8992, some activity there. Matt ears it on 15016. Let me, haven't put my radios on 8.992. There. Something happens, we'll hear it here. Yeah, there is something now. What are the other frequencies? First, there's 4724. I'm going to put it here on 15015. So I heard it. I actually heard it on 3 frequencies. Weak on 8992, stronger on 11176, and a little bit on 15016. So I heard it on 3 frequencies at the same time. Hey, Madrid DXer. I had a lot of fun, by the way, on Wednesday morning with all of us being gathered on your live stream, trying to make contact. So I'm looking forward to next Friday. It was really a lot of fun. I found it a lot of cool, and it was cool to have people from here also join in and have fun with all of that. So it's pretty cool. Thanks for doing that, by the way. It was really cool. Well, you know what, Jean Arash? That's not true, because I do eat pizza on my diet. And you know what? Is I just make sure that the day that I eat pizza or do something like that, I pretty much don't eat a lot of stuff so that the calorie intake is low. So I can enjoy pizza. I just don't enjoy a big pizza, a full pizza. I'll enjoy 2 slices, and I'll keep the other slices for the next day and be careful with what I take. So I eat what I want. I just am careful in calculating how much calories I'm taking in the day. So I can eat chocolate. I ate chocolate on one day, and it didn't go and blow over my calories. It's a question of just making sure how many calories you're actually calculating, and make sure that you don't go over that limit that is set for the day. That limit goes fast. So it's like you got to be very careful in calculating every single little thing that you eat. And by the way, for those that want to participate, there's the super chat. If you want to give a little something, that's how I purchase new radios for you to enjoy my tests, like this Sangean AM/FM weather radio that I'll talk about. This is how also I continue, because this is the way it is. It costs a lot of money. It costs some money to do this, and it's also my job. So it's like, it's fun to have people helping out. And don't forget, if you don't want me to lose too much weight, there's the pizza fund that you can help out, where you can actually participate. Well, tonight, it might not be pizza. I saw a special, which was a baby rib with fries lunch. So I thought I'd take that tonight. So if you want to participate in my pizza fund, well, here it is. Can help out with that. And make sure that I don't, starve to death. Instead of losing 10 pounds, I could lose 100 pounds in a month, because I can't eat. So thanks, guys, for helping out. Okay, guys, in 5 minutes, if you guys want to try it out, there's a Morse code Russian number station. 5778 CW. It's M12, which is a Russian Morse code station near St. Petersburg, apparently. So we're gonna actually 5.778. So 5.778 CW mode. And we'll see if we hear anything coming out of the number station in Moscow, Russia. I'll put it on the Kenwood. Actually, I'll leave the Kenwood there. I'll just keep it on the ICOM, and hopefully see if we hear anything. So 5778 in 4 minutes roughly, coming from Russia. Blogger Dice has used my Fitness Pal back in the day. Great app. Yeah, it's an amazing app for that. Absolutely. WF7I Homebrew says, I love my Fitness Pal. I use it all the time. We would we should talk sometimes on email about all of this. Yeah. Matthew the DXing, shall I recommend taking up weights? Yeah, I do that also. I have a treadmill. I have a treadmill here, and I have a exercise bike, and I do have some weights, so I'm also going to do that because I know that it's part of. But I walk a lot because I do a lot of things, and where my caregiving duties, where I need to go, I do a lot of walking every day. And that also helps tremendously in helping out in the amount of things that I can actually still eat because I do move a lot. So that's pretty cool. So, well, for me, my legs would be okay for jogging, but I need to lose weight first. When it's actually lower, I could probably jog a little more, but it depends. Maybe you have more difficulty with your legs in your case. You know, I do have a little bit of knee problems because I did, for about 25 years, I did 3,000 to 5,000 kilometers of biking every summer. And as I'm getting older, my knees seem to tell me that I maybe went a little hard on my knees with my bike when I was younger. But it's when you get older that it all, you know. Jim Gordon, I express my solidarity with you in dealing with your health issues and selfless care of others. I don't get the phrase. Matthew Fernal, what's the best FM outdoor antenna out there? I'm looking to upgrade from just the one radio's coming with because I only have about 5 stations in my area. I don't know. You know those TV antennas from the day? They're pretty good for FM. Steve, oh, I hear the Morse code. It's weak, but it's there. 5778. It's weak, but it's there. From St. Petersburg, Russia. 5778 CW coming in. Master Players Radio Television was trying to learn the timeout function and accidentally click on the hide button. No problem. It happens. How much money does a shortwave radio station take? What do you mean? Do you mean how much it costs to operate one? Because it's pretty expensive, especially if you're in the in a high power. Richard Clifford, you watching the Canadians this evening? Nah, I'm not a big hockey fan. I was a baseball fan. I was an Expos fan, but I'm not a big hockey fan. Danny Shortwave, cauliflower pizza. Pretty good too. Mad Reader DXer, yeah, was fun. We'll do another on Friday. Cool. You know, Friday I will have set up. I will probably do and try a slow scan TV. So maybe we could try that also, and somebody could try to decode the slow scan picture if they get it. Mike B, yeah, that's what I do. I actually buy the pizza and I just, you know, cut it, and, you know, I don't eat salad. I'm sorry. But I can still eat pizza. And it still works. It's just that I don't eat the full pizza. I just eat a couple of slices, keep the other ones for another time. That's the thing. That's all. You know. Don't worry, because I don't eat a whole pizza. With my diet, I just take care of, how much. Even now, today with the beer, I got to calculate. It's 300 calories for each beer. I'm actually calculating all of that today. The show goes on too long. I might have to trade, a slice of pizza for a beer. um, what else do we have? Okay, what else do we have? Let's go down. Mad Reader DXer, thank you so much for the fun. Yeah, and do join Mad Reader DXers. I want to promote two things here. I do want to promote Danny Shortwave and Reader DX. Go and join his channel. He does live shows almost every day. It seems he does live shows very regularly. Check it out. And Mad Reader DXer. And this Friday at 14:30 UT, we'll be on live. How about joining Mad Reader DXer also? And why not subscribe to his channel? I say it all the time. This is not a competition here. This is people having fun and having a great time. So why not subscribe to Danny Shortwave and Radio DX, Mad Reader DXer UK, M7FEIW, sorry. And you know what? Join the live streams. Check out. Might be interesting. I'm not the only live guy in the world, and it could be fun. Check it out. And I'll be there Friday at Mad Reader DXers UK. I need to join one of the Danny Shortwave ones at some point too. So what else? Craig Martinetti, nice to have you here. DJK Solo, nice to have you on board. WF7I Homebrew, been running for the past 10 years. My knees are still good, but my low back is not. Always something as you get old. Yeah, absolutely. David Ostrowski says 5778. Readable in Southeast Alberta. Steve says receiving Russian station here in the UK clear. Different gear TV receiving in Spain, but I'm using the Texan PL680 in upper sideband. Jean Arash, a number station. Why listen to that if you don't have the charts and tables to decode the stations? You not only have to know what coding system. It doesn't matter. It's the fact that you're getting a coded message for some embassy somewhere, some spy somewhere, and you know that it comes from St. Petersburg, Russia. It's kind of cool. You don't need to have the decode to find it cool. Just hearing it is cool. Basel Record, HM01, Cuban number station has been silent too. Yeah, they're all coming from the same place. So, all of that got silent at the same time. Unfortunately. I miss Radio Havana, Cuba. I don't care what you think about Cuba, about whatever. I miss Radio Havana, Cuba. The Cuban music was great. They had some interesting stuff in there. If you take apart what you don't want to hear. I miss Radio Havana, Cuba, honestly. It's really sad. Penny C, here's a Morse code on a WebSDR, but not on is shortwave radio. Pickle got it in the northwest of the UK. Different gear TV. Wow, that Morse code just switched up fast. Mr. Stonegrove 5778 beeping away fine, but I assume the transmitter is in the part of Russia which is closer to Europe. Yeah, St. Petersburg. So it's European Russia. And it's, I believe, meant for somewhere in Europe. That's why it's good in Europe. H51X and the simple included wire from the PL680. So, yeah, there could be a Mr. Paul Treats Fund. Absolutely. Mr. Paul had I had a $1,000 bill because I had to have Paul do a cleaning of the teeth, and also his gums were a little infected, so I had to buy these pills and these antibiotics so that his gums get better. And you know, if you want to pay for the fund of Mr. Paul, cost me $1,000 about 3 weeks ago. You can, and actually, I am buying these very expensive. They're from the vet. They're very expensive treats that Paul the cat can eat, and it actually cleans his teeth while he eats them. So if you want to, you know, Paul the cat treat fund, Paul the cat, you know, health fund, please do. It's much appreciated. It's the cost of having a cat and an animal. We love them. You got to take care of them, you know. It's my pleasure, Danny Shortwave and Mad Reader DXer. I mean, we're not, you know, in competition of anything. We're here to have fun. You know, the last thing I want here is competition. We're not in competition. Oh. 11176 and 15016, both strong here with code and message. Station asking for traffic or one. Oil went? He's oil something. Oil something. So, and in 11 minutes, we have another one from Moscow, Russia, in Morse code 2 on 6778. I'm going to try that one too. 6778 and 11 minutes from now. So we're going to go and check that out too. Remember, if you don't have CW mode, when I give you a frequency like 5778 and your radio doesn't have CW mode, you can go on 5777, 1 kilohertz below in upper sideband, and it's going to work. What else do we have? Yep, there's some more activity on the 8992, 11176, and 15016 right now. Chris, G7VEO, looking forward for the next Mad Radio DXer live stream. Yeah, it's going to be fun. I had a lot of fun, personally. It was fun to see all you guys, too. Kevin, nice to have you here. Just subscribed to Boat, WS2H. Nice to have you on board. I do carnivore 1 meal a day when I want to drop weight fast. So, you know, I never follow a official diet. I go with the numbers game, which is the way to go. It's how much energy are you taking in with the energy you're spending. So, you know, I lost about 10 years ago, I lost 25 pounds. And what I would do is if I would go out with friends and have beer at night, I would not eat during the day pretty much because the beer calorie is so high that to compensate, I know it's not maybe the best thing to do for health, but it works because you're just calculating the numbers of how much energy you get in and how much you spend. And that's the way it works, is you got to spend more than you're taking in. And so, but there were days in between where I would eat well, you know, and have vegetables and stuff so that, you know, my body gets all the nutriments that he needs. But, you know, that's the way I've been doing it. And the reason why I do it that way is if you tell me you got to do a diet where you're not going to eat the food you love, forget it. I'm never going to do it. Because if I can't eat pizza or if I can't eat fast food sometimes or if I can't eat some of the stuff that I love, well, I will never diet. I will never win that war. So by doing it like I do it, which means if I eat pizza one day, I'll be not eating a lot for the rest of the day. Well, at least I eat some of the food I love. It compensates for the, yeah, you can't eat that much, but at least you eat some of the stuff you like from time to time. You know, it's a mix of all of that. But in between, I have days where I will have decent meals that my body needs and that will have proper vitamins and everything, you know? That's the way I do it. And everybody does it whatever way. But I don't believe in those diets that you have online where it's like, you know, just eat vegetables. Yeah, I'm gonna stop after 3 days, you know. It's like I do it my way, and my way keeps me continuing because I eat some of the stuff that I want to eat regularly. Matt says if they do it right, then only the intended recipient of the message can decode it. Absolutely. Shortwave archive, I used to listen to number stations until I got tired trying to chase the impossible, then learned about international broadcasters. Hi, J Dakota. To some extent, I do miss RHC. WSI, I know, Brew. I didn't realize Radio Vinik was really gone. That's a sad news. Of course, their signal has been very poor for a long time. Yeah, well, it all has to do with, I don't remember which hurricane this summer, but one of the hurricanes that hit Cuba this summer went exactly over the transmitter site and the antennas. And apparently, from what I have read, it's the antennas are almost completely destroyed. Kevin, Cuba was very generous with their QSL cards, and their medical outreach should be commended. Yeah. You know. Rob's radio channel picking up very good where he was. 145 SFG 5778 St. Petersburg week. Danny Shortwave, yes, I love Cuban stations aside the rhetoric. I enjoy local history, stories, and especially the music. Thank you, Mr. Stolfgrove, for the tip. Much appreciated. And Paul needs a beer after all of that. I'm not sure Paul will drink a beer, but he did smell my beer once, and it was like, I'm not sure I wanted to have that. So, next live stream. Mad Reality DXer, just to announce my next live stream. Thursday the 23rd at 16 UTC, live SDR radio scan. And Friday the 24th at 14:30, live FT8 and ham stream. So thank you for doing that. Danny Shortwave, if you want to advertise your next streams, please do so, and I'm no problem with that. Oil pump. Okay, Mad Radio MDK2. Oil pump. I like that. I think it's him again right now. Oil pump. We have oil pump on 15016 and 11176. So 6, 7, 7, 8 in 3 minutes, guys. 6778 CW Morse code from St. Petersburg, Russia. M12 number station. And Kretschmer says, does anyone know the story of RHC's English host, Ed Newman? He is obviously a former American or Canadian professional announcer. I know that there was a Canadian, I'm trying to remember his name. There was one Canadian host on Radio Vanucuba that was there for many years. And he was often in the mailbag show, actually, of Radio Vanucuba. And so I think there were a few people from outside. So there was one Canadian. Man, what was his name? I'm trying to remember his name. There was one guy from Canada, anyway. And maybe Ed Newman, the name rings a bell. It might have been from the U.S. Boston Patriot, nice to have you on board. Hope you are well. Hope it's not too bad in the hospital and you're taking care of yourself. It's nice to have you here. Michael, nice to have you on board. Better late than never. Absolutely. The stuff. Bad 80s movies. Darren Rogers. I'm hearing RTTY transmission on 6370. Don't know who it is from. 6370. So 6778, guys. 6778. It's about to start soon. 6370. I don't know. I would have to look at some of the lists. I'm hearing it. 6778. Morse code station. It's a spy number station coming out of St. Petersburg, Russia. So if you're hearing it in North America like me, you're hearing it from St. Petersburg, Russia, all the way from there. And this is, I believe, directed to Europe, so that you guys in Europe hear it probably very well. It's better. It's a little better than 5778 here. 6778. What else do we have? Chris G7VO and X8T. Jim does a good ham DXing live stream from USA. Usually HF bands in the afternoon. Okay. Shortwave archive, the sun setting earlier. I'm getting BBC in English from Tinian at 23 UT, as well as KCBS 11680 North Korea. Well, live streams are fun. Yes, definitely a way to connect with the audience. It's fun to have, a lot of people joining in and having fun together on these, live stream. It's always cool. It's always cool. What else do we have? So 6778 coming in a little stronger here. WF7 Ion Brew getting it pretty loud here in Virginia. 145 SFG 6778 here in St. Petersburg. Joseph, nice to have you on board. If you want to try I don't know where you are. It's still a little light, but you want to try it, Joseph 6778. And it's a St. Petersburg, Russia number station and Morse code right now. 6778. Rob's radio channel is hearing it. Pretty cool. So here it's not, it's very noisy. So, but it's in there. I hear it, definitely hear it. Morse code kind of goes through that noise, so you kind of hear it. It's pretty cool. So nice to make all of these, to hear all these signals here. And we've heard oil pump on the U.S. Air Force frequencies. So oil pump is in the air. I like the name. It's like when you hear Mars stations or Mars nets. Sometimes you might wonder, where are they and who are the guys? Listen to their call signs and Google their call signs. So many times you will get into one of the Mars websites where you will see that, they're stationed at this place in the United States and so on. So you know where the different stations are located when you're actually listening to those Mars nets. So, nice haircut. Thank you, PVM. It's pretty fast CW, actually, when you hear it. Pretty amazing. So, it's kind of fun. So, this is the fun of radio. I mean, tuning the bands. I mean, a lot of people, that question we got earlier is like, well, what fun can it be to hear something if you can't decode it? It's not just you always need to decode something. It's sometimes you're hearing, first of all, it's a spy number station. You're in the middle of some, diplomatic story of something. You're in the middle of some encrypted communications between states and between, spies and something. So it's like there's a James Bond feel to it. You hear, even if you don't decode, it doesn't matter. You're hearing it. You're part of the loop of, we hear it. And then there's, just a sheer DX aspect. I'm hearing something from St. Petersburg, Russia, all the way to Montreal, Quebec, on my radio with my antenna, which is also cool. It's a pretty good distance from there. So all of that together is making it amazing. Even if you don't know what they're saying, it's just cool because you are part of something. You hear a signal from, who knows what they're saying, I want some pizza tonight. I don't know. What are they saying? Hey? And, a lot of them is probably not spies anymore. A lot of them are probably, just from embassy to embassy. Anybody that looks at embassies everywhere, you might have noticed that a lot of embassies have a lot of weird antennas on the top of their buildings. So you can see that embassies are communicating with each other in so many ways. So, it's just the coolness of all of this stuff. I gotta tell you that. Shortwave archive, is there air traffic control on shortwave? Yeah, a lot of it. Still, there's still a lot of activity on it. New York, Gander, and the East Coast, and a lot of stations in Europe too, is like Shanwick and so on. Shannon. There's a lot of traffic. You just got to go and check out what are the frequency ranges for air traffic control, and tune around. You will be surprised. There's a lot of activity. I was listening for a couple of hours the other day on 8891, which I think is New York, and they were having tons of traffic with northern transatlantic planes, the air traffic control out in New York. Danny, shortwave Mars are pretty cool to listen to and also contact. I got a couple of certificates on Mars contacts on FT8. Nice looking certificates. Yeah, I got one too last year on their with their stations. And there's also the cross, how do you call it, the cross band contacts where ham stations can actually contact Mars stations, but you listen on, so your radio listens on the Mars frequencies, but you're transmitting on the ham bands and make contacts. It's pretty cool too. Richard Wagner, yeah, I've seen that, Richard, absolutely. 57 Steve DX1, there was a dog heard barking in the background on a message a few days ago on 8992. Yeah, it's possible. I mean, they might have a dog in their Radio Shack or something. Absolutely. Oh, wow, Richard. Cool. Cool. So it's still going on, even though it's not strong. I can hear the Morse code. And if there is traffic, they have a last transmission that's going to happen in 12 minutes on 8178. So it's going to be interesting to check out if there's traffic. 8178 in 12 minutes, 11 minutes from now. So hey guys, you're watching the live stream coming out of Montreal, Quebec, Canada. This is a stream where we talk about radio. We just enjoy radio, have fun with radio, tune demands. We're tuning some, diplomatic number station from St. Petersburg right now. We just heard some U.S. Air Force frequencies with oil pump, giving out all sorts of, phonetics and info and waiting for traffic. We're just having a lot of fun looking at pirate radio activity. There is, what is there right now? Anything right now that we could check out in pirate radio? Yes, definitely. Apparently 6880 is on. So we also have 6955, Voice of the Sons of Liberty. Radio Free Euphoria also, apparently. So maybe we should check that out. No, that was last night, sorry. So Voice of the Sons of Liberty and one UNID. We're going to check it out on the parent bands. You like what I do? Guys, this is my living. So if you want to help out in any way, it's always appreciated. Super chat, you can just click that dollar bill on the bottom. Give a little something. It's not always to the same people to give. A lot of people are giving, but there's not that many people giving. There's a lot of people that are just watching and enjoying all the time. That probably could give a little something. How about doing it tonight? And there's a few things you can do. Either the pizza fund or maybe we're going to Paul the Cat treat fund. So you can have a little something to eat. And, that's through PayPal. So how about doing a little something? Help me out. Much appreciated. I'm here every Saturday, guys. And try to do a 3-4 hour live show. Even more, 5, 6, 7 hours sometimes. You know what? Try it yourself. You could see that it's not given to everyone for that to happen. And, if you enjoy what we're doing, tuning the bands and doing stuff that's just unusual and so amazing, we're all doing it together and all happy in what we do in our hobby. It's kind of cool. So, give it a little something. Like I said, it's not always to the same people to give. How about thinking about it? And thanks for your contributions. Okay, let's continue here. Let's check it out. What else do we have? Texan PL680. Do you remember the frequency for the transatlantic air traffic you were listening to from New York or elsewhere recently? A few that pops to mind: 8891. And if you are on 8891, tune around that. There's a lot of frequencies. There's Gander and Newfoundland around that frequency range too. But 8891 is one frequency. 5616, 5520, 5598. That's a mix of Gander in New York. Later at night, those are the transatlantic frequencies. I heard 11392 in the daytime. That was New York. And there's other frequencies. If you guys want to tune in to air traffic, the best is to look at HF air traffic frequencies. The best is to tune. I'm going to give you a website where HF airbands. Here we go. This comes from HF Underground. Tune to the frequency ranges that are here, and I bet you that if you tune here 5 minutes, you'll hear air traffic control. So here on the East Coast, we hear a lot of Gander, Newfoundland, Canada, New York, air traffic control. I've heard so many times on 46, what was the frequency? 46, it's like 460 something. I hear Shannon in Ireland, here in the East Coast. So these are all air traffic, and there's air traffic control stations all over the world. If you're on the West Coast, the Pacific area, you've got San Francisco, and you've got a lot of stations there too. So there's a lot of stuff, and there's not as much activity as there used to, but there's still a lot, and it's worth tuning in, and you never know. You know, I've heard a station once, that a station, a plane once, and that one was on, I have the video online, that one was 17 megahertz, and they had an emergency. The plane, they had somebody that had a heart attack on the plane, and they were actually doing a phone patch with a doctor. You know, you could be in the middle of an emergency, so you know. What else do we have? Matter of the extra, I know the United Nations has antennas in their buildings because they have done FT8 QSO. Yeah, they do. They do have amateur stuff. Yeah, you need the time, and you need to have something to talk about also. Richard Wagner, 6855, a noisy signal in Northeast Illinois. 8864, Andy New has another one. Yeah, 8864 is also one of the frequencies. Yep. Dave's getting 6880 and 5 KW61. Yeah, Shannon, the weather station, the Volmet. Let's try 680, just above where we were listening to. Yeah, 6880 is pretty good here in Montreal too. 6880, pirate station, coming in quite well right now. Absolutely. Here too, so it's something to tune around. And hey, if you guys want to try it, 8178 for the next CW Morse code number station from Moscow, and it says in case of traffic. So if there's traffic, 8178. So let's try it out. 8178. We got this really, really bad noise there. Ah, snap. My chat just... I hate that Chrome browser. Yep, 13297. Yep, is, you know, there's several of them. So let's upper sideband here and go to 6, 8. I need to recalibrate my Kenwood R5000. It's off frequency a little bit. But 6880, pretty good here for the pirate station. So not too bad. Tony, 78 RPM Records. Greetings from New Jersey. Listen to Shortwave and Amateur Radio and CB. Welcome aboard. Nice to have you here. Richard Wagner always monitors 6800, 7200 on SDR during the show. And 8992. So it's pretty cool to have everybody here. So 8178 in a minute or less. I've got a lot of noise here. I don't know if I'm going to hear it there. But we'll try it. We'll see if does tune anything here on the U20. Start audio. Yeah, it's there. It's there. And here it is from the U20. I don't hear it here, but U20. So if you guys want to hear it, it's there, 8178. Number station coming out of St. Petersburg, Russia, on demands, and pretty strong on the U20 SDR. I don't hear it here on my radio. But then again, I got an S9 plus 10 noise floor on that radio right now there, which is completely nuts. So pretty crazy. Shortwave Archive. Wish we had a long wave broadcasting here in North America, especially since we have a lot of land that's flat and would be good for propagation. Yeah, I've always wondered why Europe had long wave, and it never was something that caught on in North America. I don't, what is the what's the idea behind all of this? Why is it that some areas have, some broadcasting that others don't? Or it's always been interesting. And Freelangy, nice to have you here from Scotland. Pretty cool to have all of you here, as usual, as we are having fun on this Saturday afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. And it's pretty cool to have all of you here. Robert Varner, here's 8178 CW number station, as we are tuning the bands and continuing. And there we go, with the pretty fast CW now going on. Well, Joseph, long wave it's like medium wave. The problem with these very low frequencies is the antenna you need. So most of the stations need a huge piece of land. And so you got to take care of, the antenna towers, the antenna with the transmitters on a huge piece of land. It's like shortwave, shortwave. One of the things you got to say in terms of government, like in terms of expensiveness with a budget of a country, it's not expensive. But it's, where you're going to look when you need money. You're going to look at all the stuff that you think is not useful. But it doesn't mean it isn't useful, but it means that somebody somewhere said, well, I don't think it is useful. And that's the thing. So what happens is that there's the land. So you need these huge land to put the antennas and towers. So at some point, what happens as we get now is first of all, the listenership of the lower frequencies is going down. Why? In part because of noise. Who's impacted with the noise that we have first? Long wave, medium wave, short wave. Not FM on the VHF range. Really, the lower part of the spectrum is what's hit the most with what happens with noise. So you get less and less listeners. People move on to some other, to FM radio or some other, in Europe to DAB plus or something. And you're like, well, why are we spending all that money for that? And then you look at the huge land you have and you think about all the millions of dollars it's going to sell for. And you're like, well, I could get money and take this away. And unfortunately, that's the way a lot of it is happening, There's also that, like Manrier DXer says, the energy prices. I live in a place where we don't think about electricity prices. I'm in a lucky spot in the world where we have our Hydro-Quebec, that we build these huge dams in the 50s and 60s, and they're all paid for. And that, we have new projects and new stuff coming on, but the energy prices in Quebec are extremely low compared to a lot of parts of the world. And we end up with, here we don't think about, turning off a light because it costs money. We just leave everything on. We're used to that. That's the way we lived. But a lot of parts of the world, that's not the way it is. And a lot of parts of the world, the energy cost, which means you have to power your transmitters, you need a lot of energy. That's going to cost you money. And so that also is taken into account. It costs a lot of money to power these things, So it's pretty crazy. Robert Varner says 8178, very faint with lots of noise to cover it. I put it on my FT 950 in CW mode. K261, the U.S. Navy tried to turn the entire upper peninsula of Michigan into a long-wave antenna back in the 70s. Matt, if Jill stays on late, we might all be able to try to copy V07, Spanish lady out of Khabarovsk, Russia. That's in the far east of Russia. Yep, in the Asiatic Russia, as we call it. Just ask the CBC about land deals. Yep. So, it's the way it is. And a lot of the shortwave broadcasts are gone because of, short-sightedness, thinking that, we don't, why should we care about international broadcasting? Why is it important to broadcast to other countries? Well, there's a reason for that. You know, when we talk about our voices, how speech, how talking to each other is important so we can understand each other, radio was great for that. And the less we're going to have, you know, I saw something today about the VOA. VOA isn't going in the right direction right now. There are some people that wanted to shut it down completely. I'm not sure the United States wants to shut down the Voice of America. If you want to have the world go in a direction that is interesting, not too chaotic, the BBC World Service, the Voice of America, these are all voices that needs to still be out there. And that's important. Jean Arash, why does Europe always have different transmission modes than ours? The use of long wave, we don't. The use of DAB, we use HD. Why don't we standardize all of that? Well, that's the problem is that problem comes more from business. So you get all of these, you get, you know, people in Europe that went crazy about, oh, we could do DAB and have this specific, you know, the frequency range for digital. And here in North America, Ubiquity, I believe, was the company in the beginning that started HD radio. They wanted to push their own standards. DAB was also kind of mentioned and talked about here in North America. But it's a business thing. So someone was a really good sell for a specific technology. And they said, oh, you know what? If we put HD, you don't need to have a new frequency range and a new antenna. And you just need a transmitter that will do HD radio over the air on the same band that you're already on. Isn't that cool? And so 2 different continents, 2 different places decided that 2 different technologies. And no, there's no standard. It's a business thing. When in business and when it's money, you never have standards. When it's money, you have companies fighting each other. It's HD radio and DAB plus is beta and VHS battle. Hey, we're 2 big companies and we have our standards. And we're going to fight over it. Is it good for the consumer? No. No, because there will be consumer going to one and consumer going to the other. And then one might lose, or one might not have the best standard that was out there. It's a question of who buys who and who decides what. And so you have all of these lobbyists that go to the government. You know, lobbyists are the shittiest thing you can have in a government, because it's like, well, we've got all that, you know, if you got all those millions of dollars to lobby your own shit, that's not the best. Well, you know what? You're going to go through because you're going to be able to convince everybody with your money that that's what we should do. So that's why Europe and North America don't have the same thing. What's the best? Part of HD radio isn't that bad of an idea, but it does interfere with everything else on the AM band. So it's kind of not at the best either. And that's why a lot of AM stations shut down their AM HD radio. There was interference with other stations, all sorts of things. And nobody has an HD radio in North America. No one. No freaking one. Except me. There you go. It's ended. You know, I got an HD radio here for the only AM HD station and for the handful of FM HD stations out there. DAB Plus, you know, the idea of having your specific band for DAB, yes, absolutely. I think that's a good idea. And that should be maybe what should have happened here too. But, you know, it's a question of money, lobbying, and all of these big companies that are all fighting over what's best for you when, you know what? What's best for us was already there. Honestly, you know what? It was fine. I don't have any problems with AM, FM. And, you know, no HD. Yes, yeah, HD. Of course, when you get into the you know, details of it. I mean, the AM station here in Montreal, hey, when it kicks in HD, dang, that audio quality is like amazing. But still, you know, do you really want that? I don't know. It's crazy what, and it's business. It's business. It's everybody decides on their own thing. When often there should be some kind of, you know, it's like DRM. It's like, who's the idiot that, well, it's not an idiot. I'm sure somebody somewhere made a lot of money on DRM. It's the only reason I can see why somebody was able to convince all of the shortwave stations DRM's the future. DRM's the crappiest thing ever. Who's on DRM? Who listens to DRM? Yeah, the guy with his computers and fancy SDRs. That's not what you want to reach when you are in shortwave. You want to reach the regular folks that have radios. They're not on DRM. DRM is the stupidest thing to pass on shortwave. Yet, I hear these stations still today telling me on the air, DRM's the future. How idiot can you be? You don't understand shortwave. You want people to buy a new radio? 90% of the people that have a shortwave radio will not buy a new one because it's DRM. You're sending DRM to Africa? You want people in Africa to hear DRM broadcasts. Did you see the radios they're using? It's like old boom boxes from the 1980s. They're all, you know, run down radios. They don't have that many new radios. Who's the idiot that thinks that's the way to go? You surely don't know what shortwave is or understand it. Because DRM should never have taken on, should never be a thing. I'm sorry, but DRM's the crap of the shortwave stuff. And it also is so large in bandwidth, it's just a nuisance and interferes with everything. I'm sorry, but that's the way DRM is. And I just am impressed that someone somewhere was able to push that on shortwave. Shortwave Archives, CBC Sackville. What's Sackville? Sackville, New Brunswick is a city. And it's the place where the CBC had its transmitter site. One of the best in the world. Because it's a marshland with salt water marsh. So you put antennas there. And the ground plane with the salty water was perfect. The transmitters were like one of the best that you can have, you know. And unfortunately, you know, yeah, stereo AM, same thing, stereo AM. Who's on stereo AM today? Mr. Songro, still some medium wave in Europe, but not that much. We have none here, and what I can faintly get in the evening in Britain, which is decreasing, and Eastern Europe. You know, Danny Shortwave, slap on the HD logo back when the HD TV was the hype. But you know, at least HD TV, there's definitely an improved picture. You see an improved picture. HD radio, yeah, you know. Well, Sirius radio in the US is satellite radio. And so it's different because you get DAB plus without, you know, on a standard radio, where Sirius XM is a satellite service you have to pay for in order to listen to it. You know? TVDXer, salut, ça va bien, j'espère que tu vas bien. So, you know. Short of archive, I could see VOA being shut down. Matt says, if there's enough of a market, then there will be a winner. But unfortunately, for radio, it's not big enough. More recent than VHF and beta was Blu-ray, HD, DVD. Yep, absolutely. That also was something. Fred Waterer, hello there. Nice to have you on board. Matt says car radios have HD radio or whatever it is that allows for sub-channels in the same frequency. If your car is new enough, I have no idea where to get one for indoor use. Yeah, I mean, I got a St. Gian one because I wanted to see what was locally HD here. So I got the St. Gian HDR14. But you don't go in a store and say, hey, do you have it? Go to any standard electronics store where they're selling still, you know, you buy your TVs. And ask them, do you have an HD radio? They're going to look at you like you're coming from another planet or something. It's as simple as that. I mean, come on. It's just crazy when you think about it. It's really that. It's like, what planet are you from? You know? Sheena, nice to have you here from Belleville, Ontario. Nice to have you on board. But yeah, I mean, you know, it's money, and somebody somewhere is capable of selling anything to anyone. Mr. Stonegrove, is there even any actual radios that you can easily buy that has DRM? Not thinking about computer-based stuff, but I think Texan has one that like sells for $700. But honestly, it's like there's nothing out there. You know, if you want DRM to take on, you would need to have cheap radios that do DRM. There isn't, and DRM isn't good. It doesn't, you know, unless the signal's perfect, you don't decode. Take care, Bert. WF Semi Homebrew. Always nice to have you on board. Dave, one of my favorite videos on VLF was been by Kevin Loft, using lengths of coat hanger, pushed a few feet into the ground, 50 feet apart, and was getting signals. So the problem with AM radio is that most people are listening in their cars, and car radio bandwidth is super narrow. Yeah. Can we send a new record, Jill? Stomach will. Let me just check it out here. I'm going to go back, see if I don't miss anything. So Matt says, can we send a new record? Jill's stomach will decide. Fred Water likes my roll map. Yeah, I got it on Amazon. I liked it. I like the colors and the way it is. Feels like a little oldie and at the same time kind of nice, with all the colors like differentiating every country. I love it. And yeah, the bunny from my sister that passed away. You don't see it much, but there's the little Lego of Lego, uh, a Lego man holding a radio from the my nephew's wedding, which gave us each a personalized Lego. This little figurine holding a boombox. Different Gear TV says maybe Elon Musk will create a radio network that can pick up anywhere in the world from a simple mobile phone. Yeah. Penny C, speaking of Sackville, New Brunswick, is there any way to watch the movie Spectres of Shortwave by Amanda Dawn Christie? I've done search now. She needs to release it. She hasn't released it. She's holding on to it as long as she can. It is a beautiful piece of documentary film on on Sackville. It's emotional at times. It's just so great as a film. I don't know. You know, I have her in my contacts. I should tell her what are you going to do next, you know, to preserve Spectres of Shortwave. Because I mean, definitely it is an amazing thing to watch for anyone on shortwave that, you know, loved Radio Canada International. Spectres of Shortwave is something to see, and you'll have a couple of tears when you hear the you know, the collapse of the towers when they tore them down. It's almost emotional. It's like, wow. But yeah, she needs to release it in some way. I don't know. She, I think she's holding on to it as much as she can because she won a lot of awards on that documentary. And, you know. Oh, something happening on 11.176, 15.016, 8992. Let's check it out. So there's some activity on the Air Force, U.S. Air Force frequencies. Andy knew why have DRM when you can buy perfectly good internet radios? Well, it was a way to, yeah, I get what you say, but at the same time, it was a way to try to, you know, they're selling DRM as if it's a shortwave savior, which is not and never will be. Shortwave savior. Matt says you don't even need to have known about RCI. Spectres of Shortwave was such a cool documentary. If you're the least bit interested in shortwave radio and technology theory. Yep. Spectres of Shortwave is wonderful. If you guys don't know, I interviewed Amanda Dawn Christie on the channel. If you want to see this, it's about 7 years ago, at one of the live shows in the CIDX barbecues. And she was live. I interviewed her live and asked her about the documentary and how, you know, she did it. It's a fascinating moment. And I also found myself to be a wonderful interviewer. I didn't know I had the skills to interview anyone. And I found out that day that, well, you know what? I'm not that bad in doing interviews with people on the channel. So, Do check it out because it's really cool. It's, I think, 2018-ish that I did that. She was talking about that documentary and how, she felt about it. So it's really crazy. I know, Spectres of Shortwave, she's kind of holding on to it for some reason. She isn't releasing it. She should be putting it somewhere where we could, purchase it or view it for a fee or something. I would enjoy reviewing it. I saw it twice and I want to see it again. I saw it. I wanted to see it once with her at a theater here in Montreal, and thank you, I got COVID that time. I couldn't go. It was fantastic, but I mean, Spectres of Shortwave is just great. It's a 2016 film. 2016 film. NFB collection. Spectres of Shortwave. Dang, I'd like to have a Spectres of Shortwave, the demise of Radio Canada International. Dang, we need that to be online somehow. Archive, Spectres of Shortwave. Let me check this out here. There's no way to... I think you can listen to it, though. Trying to look at any ways that we can... It'd be a lot of fun to have this somewhere. Spectres of Shortwave. Add to watch list. Dang. Released in September 2016. So that means I interviewed her in August of 2017. Look at a live show from the CIDX barbecue in August of 2017. And oh, it had a budget of $113,000. Probably from the Canadian Heritage Foundation or something like that. Wow. Just crazy. Oh, man. Yeah, I think it's not there anymore. It doesn't seem to be on any platform right now. Yeah, I think it was on Vimeo for a very brief moment, for like a few weeks or months. So, Take care, Mad Radio DXer. Always nice to have you on board. See you Friday. Stay safe. Yeah. Danny Shortwave says, yeah, that was a nice interview with her during their CIDX get-together live stream. Yep, that was great. It was really nice to have her on board. I have to admit, that day I was a little stressed because it was the first time that I did a live stream in front of an audience that was there live. Plus, I had never interviewed people before in my life. So I got to say that when the live stream started, I was a little stressed out that day. I can tell you that. Yeah, even the National Film Board doesn't have it. Nope. I should drop her a line and ask her to put it for sale or something. I would purchase a copy of it for sure. I can tell you that. Joseph says noise floor here in California is so bad I can't use my external long wire or do any kind of scan. Yeah. And that's become the norm and the big problem of a shortwave hobby. Matt says, when Radio Nacional Arizona was testing DRM, it sometimes came in very well here in Denver, but only for about an hour out of however long they were on the air. Yeah. And I mean, look, they scrapped. There's no more DRM out of there. They understood nobody was listening in. John Zorella just got off work. Glad your show is on. And to NYT, nice to have you here. Yeah. Yeah, Joseph, like our friend here is saying, Richard, an MLA30 might help out if your long wire is just too... yeah, August 2017. I believe that's what is Danny Shortwave. Yep. Pretty sure. And the CIDX meetup. Let's check it out. Yeah. Check it out here. Quickly. Ignore. Oh, man.
I'm also listening, and let's get together, and the rest is history. We've kind of been a member and an editor since 1984.
Yeah.
Okay. Lamented.
Absolutely. Oh,
so
God.
I did that in a documentary and in a performance and simulcast.
Okay. Okay. Sorry here, just gonna do some fun adjustments because of the sun. Here we go. So, okay. So that's very interesting because as you guys been hearing, she was working on a documentary about the sad story of Sackville transmitter site.
Yep.
And a little more information where we could have that documentary, when, where, how.
That's the hardest question.
That's the hardest question that you probably get asked all the time.
It's all right. It's good for me to get it out there. So the film is finished, but the way it works with films is that first you have to...
Oh, wow. I just look at myself, too. I was... sorry, guys. I was, like, kind of hypnotized by what I looked like and what it was like back in the day. Oh, man, it was so cool. So, and thanks for sharing, Danny Shortwave. If you guys want to watch something about, about maybe, I don't know, half an hour in or something, you'll see that Amanda Dawn Christie is there and she talks about her documentary and so on. It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. So it's pretty cool. What else do we have? Dropped her a line already, so it cuts. She just sold it through Amazon for downloading. Yeah. Torben Iverson, have you looked at F-Movie's website? It is a part... Yeah, I know that website. Yeah. They don't have that. No. It was so rare that it was actually there at some point. I don't know. Okay. So, you guys have a choice here. I got no more beer. We do have Matt that wants to listen to the V13. Here I got V13, 3 frequencies for V13 number stations from Asiatic Russia. There's 3 frequencies to monitor: 15388, 15890, and 18040. So, should I get another beer? Is the question. Should I get another beer? Yeah, I don't know. It's like I looked at it and was like, wow, 17. That means it's 7.5 years old. Well, here on the so you got V07, but here on the Priam, there's only V13. So I don't know if schedule changed or something. Anyways, because like here I got V13 with 3 frequencies that we can monitor. So I don't know. But yeah, you know what? It made me realize how 7 years is a huge difference at the age we are at, and seeing that, wow, I looked much younger back then. Crazy. Crazy. Of course, you people want me to get drunk. Okay. I'm going to go get another beer. So I'm just going to put myself here. And we're going to continue in a few seconds. So, yeah, we are going to continue. I'm going to get another beer. And we are going to... Anything is... that's... 6, that... 8. Oops. Any pirates? Oh, not a lot of stuff here. So, I can't believe I got this really, really strong, weird noise here on my MLA30 tonight, which is very bizarre. So anyways, I'm coming back in a few seconds with a new beer, and hopefully we'll continue this live stream as we going to try to listen to more number stations if possible. We'll do this. And I am back. Trying not to knock over anything, especially the camera. There we go. And now we are going to so cheers everybody. Beer number 3. And we continue on with the live show. And don't forget, you like what I do, and I'm continuing, and you guys are enjoying it. Don't forget, you've got the super chat where you can give a little something. You also have the pizza fund. We'll call it the pizza fund. Paul the Cat Treat at PayPal. And you can give a little something here to help me out. And it doesn't just go for that. It also goes for buying radios. If I need radios or new equipment. This is part of the deal. You know, this is my paycheck. So if you help out, it definitely helps. So we're continuing. We're at, you know what, 3 hours and 20 minutes right now. And, you know, we're continuing. So think about it if you want to help out. Okay, what else do we have? Shortwave archive. What happened to the international service from Brazil? Well, what was called, if you're talking about like back in the days of which was Radio Nacional do Brasil. In the 80s we had that, if you guys remember. Radio Nacional do Brasil was actually kind of transformed into what we have today, which is Radio Nacional Amazonas. It's just that there's no more English service, unfortunately. But Radio Nacional Amazonas is always booming in general here. I mean, I can go here and it's probably there, 11780 AM mode. With some music right now, 11780, so strong usually. So it's really Radio Nacional Amazonas in Portuguese now. Shortwave archive. My voice sounds higher pitched. Yeah, it could be the microphone. It was the microphone of the laptop that actually took my voice. So maybe the low frequencies were not there. You know, here I have a Shure SM40, SM 48, SM something, which is much richer in frequency response. It's actually what is used in a lot of professional studios. So the frequency range maybe just of the microphone is what makes the difference. Oh, you'll find out, Matt, about her own fascination. It comes from her young age. She was born in Sackville. And it comes from a very young age. You're going to see. You do need to watch the interview. It's one of the questions. One of the first questions I think I asked was why? Why? Where does it come from? Why did you do such a documentary? You know, it's all answered there, definitely. Sunwave, nice to have you on board. Made another investment. Got an AirSpy HF Discovery. Enjoying little SDR. That's great SDR. Yeah, the AirSpy HF Plus Discovery is great. I want to plug it in actually on my little PC here. I haven't used it in a while. Forget Your Life, nice to have you here. Says, got a QSL card from Amanda for her work. Yeah, when she did her work with Hart, that was great too. That was really amazing too. So, Matt, yeah, well, we'll try it. Because it does say it's only V13 right now for the next. Let me check what's out there. V13. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to check out. Do we hear anything from there? That is also from the Asiatic Russia. So we're going to see if we hear anything. Dave says, I live last house on the dead end with woods adjacent for a nice wire. Nothing electrical nearby. You're lucky, man. Rock and Rod says, grab a beer, my friend. Matt says, V13 is hard to predict for me. I'm looking for it usually best off using coastal online SDRs like the Kiwi at Point Reyes. It's going to be interesting to see. David, I also been having more noise than usual on my modified MLE30 here these days. Danny Shortwave, I believe it was around your 10,000 subscriber mark too. Okay. Wow. Incredible. Man. Fred Water has got another Coke Zero. Not bad. Yeah. Yeah, it is, man, time flies like you have no idea. I look at that, and I tell you, I'm actually look at it again tonight. I was so mesmerized when I saw myself and I saw the interview with Amanda Dawn Christie. And I was like, oh God. It seems like it's yesterday, but it's already like almost 8 years ago, 7.5 years ago. It's incredible how time flies. It's crazy. Just crazy. Yeah. Party animal. I like that. Dave's got a cup of coffee. That's fine, actually. You know, actually, for my diet, I should be having Coca-Cola Zero also. But hey. Joseph, wow, I'm actually getting 11780 on my PL680. Pretty much wasn't getting anything before. Yeah, 11780 usually is pretty strong. That's an easy one here. Doug Noble, remember seeing the Sackville site? It was next to the highway near Nova Scotia. It was impressive. Yeah, it was New Brunswick, but it was near the highway, yeah. That's, yeah, V07 is until 0200. So you need to stay on for a record time. We got it when you did. Yeah, last time. I remember. I was surprised to actually hear it too. Jeffrey Cromp, nice to have you here. Thank you for the tip. Much appreciated. And welcome aboard. It's what else do we have? Marvin Mutz. Mutz DMR promises to increase data rate but decrease bandwidth via multiple phase shifts. The same frequency plus multiple frequencies. Does this work, or do we get more interference? Good question. Dave says, Mr. Paul Treat Fun. Nice. My cat Cleo laying here listening and watching. Doesn't like treats or soft food, just hard food. Yeah, Paul eats wet food, treats of any kind. He's just like, you know, he also needs to be on a diet, but, you know, try to put a cat on a diet. Penny C, thanks, Jill. Gotta go now. Take care. It was nice to have you on board. Always nice to have you here. See you next Saturday. Matt says, still waiting on my QSL card from Amanda. I confirmed my address with her in October. Yeah, she texted. I had a lot of people saying, like, oh, she seems, yeah, she's kind of sluggish a little bit on the QSL, but you should get yours at some point. I'm pretty sure. 11780 blasting in northeast Illinois, says Richard Wagner. Yeah. Reports of a pirate on 3310 in the northeast. Let's check it out. 3310. Is there any pirate activity here? So, there's mixed radio on 6850 from what I see. 6850 mixed radio, and 3310 UNID. Let's check it out. So first of all, let's check out 6850. Yeah. 6850 upper sideband. Very strong. Just ID'd as Mixed Radio International. 3310 AM. Wow. It's actually not bad here in Montreal. 3310. I think you should, Matt. I think you should. It's creepy. 3310 is kind of creepy. So there's some creepy song with and the guy's kind of telling a story over it. It's kind of weird. It's kind of like very weird. So 3310 is actually not bad here in Montreal. So it can't be that far from it's some kind of story of, or like the story of a mom where her child died and something with like a little creepy music in the background. It's almost sounds like some kind of, you know, one of those shows where like detectives are actually trying to find, you know, the reason why whoever disappeared or. It is very creepy. 3310 is creepy. It should be some kind of Halloween show, actually. So it's very, very bizarre. But yeah, Matt, I think you should send her a little, hey, I didn't get my QSL. I think you should. KW61. Paul is an equal opportunity cat food. Yeah, he is. Dave, Jill, watching yourself? I know the feeling as when I watched my old performance videos from 2008. I'm always surprised. Yeah, well, mostly because I was younger. I'm kind of you know, used to it now, used to my voice and everything, because I do videos all the time. So people are like, oh, you know, your voice when you listen to it, it's like, no. I've listened to it so many times now that it just isn't a problem anymore. You know, it's the first time we do that, we listen to our own voice. It's like, oh, it's so weird. Actually, that 2008 is more like, wow, it's you know, it's a younger me, which is like, wow, but it doesn't beat the first ever live show I've did. That when I look at it, I'm like, oh God, it was so horrible. Me in the kitchen next to the next to the washing machine with my ICOM ICR 8500. Still remember when I went on for the first time, I was like, yeah, I want to shit in my pants. Things have changed. Today is like I don't have enough camera. I want to be on 24 hours a day. How about that, you guys? 24 hours a day of shortwave. I'll never sleep. It'd be kind of interesting to see how many people follow. Gilles not sleeping tonight. 24 hours of shortwave. Oh, man. Better get me some coffee. Oh, man. What else do we have? So, Darren Rogers hearing some sort of music program on 7220. So 7220 at this time is 7220. I think it's Romania. Let's check it out. At 23, it is Radio Romania in English. So it should be English. Radio Romania International. Let's check it out, just out of curiosity. 722. Yeah, it's there. Man, what's that noise? I've got this freaking weird noise. I never hear that usually. I really am surprised at the noise. I got some weird noise tonight. So 3310 still going on with the creepy stories. Forget Your Life says story about Laken Riley. She was murdered here in the USA in early 2024. Okay. Huh. Fred Waters says we know all Paul is the real star here. Yeah, I'm gonna leave. All right, I'll leave you with Paul. Yeah, Mixed Radio International, Sunwave on 6850. It's Mixed Radio International. Yeah. Yeah, someone, you know what? There will be an AI of me at some point for sure. You know that YouTube now asks you if you want yes or no AI to train on your videos. I actually turned all of it off. But it's asking you if you want, you can turn it on and have AI train on your videos. So there could be an AI version of me someday. Better than Brother Stare. Except for those that hate me. Darman Iverson, the noise, it's the aliens coming. Hey, come and get me, I want to go. I want to be with the aliens. No problem. Come on. Is there shortwave on your planet? I have tons of radios to bring along. Are you okay with that? I mean, you know, for me, training with AI is, yeah, stealing your content with AI. Because that's what it does. You know? I mean, you know, we're going to be the first generation to die and have AI do things with our, you know, images that you know. AI Jill has 6 fingers on each hand. That'd be nice. Oh, I'm sure AI. I'm sure Brother Stare is going to be AI at some point. They're going to bring him back to life with AI. It's crazy. So anyways, on YouTube, when they started telling me, well, you know, you could have third-party AI analyze your content, it was like, no, 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 no. I want to make sure that's off. I don't want to have AI look at whatever I was, but you know what? I'm out there. You know, I told someone, we were talking about it in the holidays. They said, yeah, but, you know, how about, you know, all the people that are out there? And I'm like, I'm a public figure. Technically, I'm a public figure. I'm on YouTube all the time. I am a public figure. I am someone that my image is everywhere. So, you know, AI can scoop it at some point. There'll be some kind of AI Jill. And I'm going to be like, yeah, okay. It's crazy. Shortwave archive. So if you go in your account on YouTube, let me just check it out here for a second. I don't remember where it is. So when you go into your YouTube studio, you should actually, there was a banner for me that said there's going to be AI training. And if I go and do, I don't remember what it is. There's a place. It's off by default. So the good news is if you do want to check it out, it's off by default. And where was it? That's the other. I don't remember where it was. I need to find it. You know what? Because I think a lot of. So there's a place in YouTube, and where it's off by default, and where it says that you can give the okay to third-party companies to use AI to train on your content. So mine is off, and it was off by default. So I think you don't have to worry. But you know what? You give me a video idea for my tech channel, how to make sure it's off. I'll have to check where the setting is to make sure. Dave, Jill, 24 hours. I brew another pot of coffee. Mr. Stone Grove. Yeah, I usually call generative AI an advanced cut and paste function. Wagon FM. Where's the radio then? You mean with AI? Yeah, AI radio. It's going to happen. You know what? Someday we'll have some radio programs we don't know that it's created by AI. Well, you know, there could be some AI of Alex Jones, you know? You know. You know. Brothers care. You know what? I'll do the AI Brothers care. It's like, you know what? Listen to me now. Listen to me. There'll be the return. A return of Shortwave. Shortwave is coming back. And I can tell you that Shortwave will be here within the next year. It's time for you to repent and make sure your radios are clean and that they're ready and have proper antennas, because Shortwave will be there. That's preaching. Hey, VT Radio. Oh yeah, that's a good one. Fred Waterer, Google AI told him that Red Cross Broadcasting Service was still on shortwave. Even gave me a frequency which was totally accurate, but it was from 1972. Yeah, the everlasting life, AI. Matt. Oh, God. Really? As Jay Dakota, every time I think about AI, I think about its consequences, and it reminds me of the movie Colossus, the Forbidden Project. Yeah. Thorsten TV HD, were you ever in the Signal Corps? The Signal Corps, what's that? Swatcat says the voice of Sons of Liberty on 3310. That's what it was. So they were on another on 6 megahertz earlier. Shortwave Archive. Someone should make the documentary of the fall of HCJB. Well, I don't know if you've heard, because on Wavescan show, they actually had Alan Graham, which was one of the guys on the on HCJB, that talked about the demise of HCJB. It was very interesting because the guy was mentioning that. So, for the whole story, for those that don't know, HCJB was confronted with a big problem. So they had their transmitter site at PFO with all the antennas. And Quito wanted to expand their airport. So what happened is, one of the reasons why HCJB removed themselves and gone from shortwave, is that the government told HCJB, you got to take those antennas out, because the planes will be passing overhead the PFO site, and we're afraid that all the RF from your transmitters will mess up the planes. So that was somewhere in the mid-'80s they knew about that. They started looking for another place to put the transmitter sites, because they thought, at that time, that it was still, a good idea to relocate the transmitters and antennas and continue on shortwave. And what happened is that they started looking at another place where they actually purchased land. They had started to purchase and everything. They started let's see what we're going to do and transfer. And they suddenly realized the amount of money it would cost them. So they started noticing that, okay, we're going to build roads that aren't there. That place is way more of a tropical forest than we actually thought. So we got to go and find a way in there, and then chop down the forest, build antennas, build and put in transmitters. In PFO, they had their own power station. And it was a hydro power station that would power all the transmitters. They had no power in the new place. It was like, we need to build a new power station because there's not enough electricity for the grid to power our transmitter sites. So they look at that, and we're getting into the 90s. They're looking at the number of letters of listeners are getting, which is getting lower and lower all the time. And what he was saying is that we came to a moment where we're saying, for this amount of correspondence, listeners, the millions of dollars you're going to spend there, it's not worth it anymore. So they decided to shut down. Meanwhile, what's sad is that they had dismantled most of the antennas at the PFO transmitter site as they were going off the air. And they were told, oh, finally you don't have to get off the PFO transmitter site. It's going to be fine. Because the airport, they had modified the plans and it was scaled smaller. But it was too late. The transmitters were starting to be dismantled, the antennas. So what happened is like, so we're dismantling all of this. We will not rebuild all of this. That transmitter site and the other place, forget it. And what Alan Graham said is, if it wasn't for the airport and that they had to dismantle and move the transmitters, he actually said that HCJB would probably still be on the air today. But that's what happened, and that's why they went off the air. All of that, all of the things happening together, they decided, you know what, no, let's just shut down. So today the only frequency that you can get an actual Quito, Ecuador, or Ecuador signal from HCJB is in the evening on 6050 kilohertz. And if you're lucky, sometimes you can get a decent signal with their Ecuadorian music, which just will put you back into the days of HCJB because it sounds so cool and amazing, honestly. Sean Ash, there ain't no way AI can do traffic reports, weather, on news on radio. Yeah, well, you never know. Someday. Different Gear TV, thanks, Joe. I've just splashed all my radios with holy water, and now they don't work. Oh, man. Shortwave Archive, Radio Red Cross Broadcasting Service. That was from Switzerland, I think. Yep. Back in the day. Joseph, usually I can't get Mixed Radio International, one of my favorite pirates. Can't get it today. Propagation, too bad. Miss Stonegrove, third-party AI thing. YouTube Studio, settings, channel, advanced settings. At the bottom. Might be another place. Yeah, okay. Mike B, tonight's pizza here. Gyro, meat. Feta, artichoke, black olives. Yeah, I'm getting hungry now because of you. I'm in a diet. David says I'm trying to make the least use, if not none at all, of anything on AI. But, you know, but it's the future. It's going to be there all the time. We're going to have to live with it at some point. You know. So, you know. The Shortwave Archive, I think Radio Romania had to dismantle some of their antennas from their Galbini site because of aircraft situation. Yeah, there was something about that too, yeah. Craig Martinetti went to PIFO. Wow. Were you impressed? It must be an impressive site, for sure. Sheila, 24 hours of chill. You got to start with a beer fund. Yeah, we'll do a coffee fund too, because it's not going to be only beer. Because I won't make 24 hours on beer. But there'll have to be a coffee fund in there. Danny Shortwave, smash the like button. Fred Water, my uncle was Canadian Signal Corps. He was at Juno Beach. I desperately wanted to ask him about it, but he had a rule. He never talked about the war. You know, and I think a lot of a lot of these veterans never wanted to talk about what they've seen and what they've gone through. You know what I was saying yesterday, and it's funny because we're in a, and we're not going to go any politics here. We're in a time of our lives where it seems every single country something weird is happening. And I was talking about, Hungary that has this very extremist government where Germany, for the first time in I don't know how many years, has this Nazi party that got a surprising amount of votes. And you want to sit down and try to think about, did you forget about all the shit of 1939 to 1945? Did every country just blank out on the Second World War? How horrible it was? What the hell is happening? And my comment when we talked about it was, are we just into a moment of our evolution where it's just too quiet and we need to create shit to put it more exciting suddenly? What is happening with all of this? I just don't get it. And it's when you talk about that, Fred, I'm like, I so many veterans from back in the day never, ever wanted to talk about what they've seen and what happened. And I get it. I get it because I can imagine how it messes up with your brain when you're part of something like that. So I get it why he didn't want to talk about it. And we're curious. We're like, I would like to know more about it. And we have to rely on, people that do talk about it or do want to talk about it. But, you can understand why someone like that just doesn't want to talk about it anymore. Let's move on, I totally understand. But, man, it's just, what the hell is happening right now, Craig Martinetti, 6005? When, now? I don't think there's anything on 6005. I don't get anything here, anyways. So 3310 is still there. 6005. What would be on 6005? 6005. Apart from the good old days when there was CFCX. There's kind of nothing right now on it. Danny Shortwave says, my childhood best friend was from Ecuador. I love to hear Ecuadorian music. Yeah, it's so cool. Dave says, what do stations like WRMI or Radio Romania, for example, use? What do you mean? What do you mean by use? For transmitters? As antennas. Oh. They have these huge curtain antennas. They have these huge antennas out there that are immense and that have all of these guy wires everywhere. It's like they're really huge antennas. Take a lot of land. If you look at just Google Okeechobee transmitter site WRMI, and you'll see tons of pictures of how huge that antenna farm is. One of the biggest in the world. Fred Water, British Joe, lay your hands on your radios. Zap. Toast and Loaf, nice to have you here. Nice to have you here. Oh, that shitty, crappy thing that always says zap. Yeah. Oh, man. Jill needs a new receiver. Lay your hands on your radio. It's time now to believe in the radio god and make sure that all of it is coming through. Because you know what? It's really important for all of us to unite around the radio gods. So cherish your portable. I'm going to do a book, and it's going to be called the Shortwave Bible. Sunwave tried the AirSpy HF Plus Discovery with HDSDR. I was kind of surprised it did very well. That kind of thing says to me, since it only relies on WinUSB for its driver, no API to install it, is 100% versatile. Yeah. What else do we have? 4 hours in, says Richard Wagner. And let's try it out. Do we have a good signal tonight? Radio Thailand 13750.
Vitality of local communities.
Radio Thailand.
School children whose cheerful energy left a lasting
750.
Plans to revisit the region, noting that the trip
in English.
Valuable insights, particularly concerning flood management and transportation issues. During her visit to the school's director requested assistance in dredging canals and acquiring flood prevention equipment. With an estimated budget of 100 million baht required for these measures, the Prime Minister emphasized the long-term benefits of proactive investment, especially when weighed against the 400 million baht spent on flood recovery last year. The Prime Minister further commended the school for its quality education, noting that many of its graduates have gone on to become medical professionals. She added that visits like this enable her to better understand local challenges and develop practical solutions. Regarding broader peace-building efforts in the region, the Prime Minister said her first-hand experience highlighted the progress being made.
The government is working to address air pollution and haze problems in Thailand. As officials warned that January and February was...
A very good signal from Radio Thailand in English on 13750. You guys try it. It's important to check it out. 3310 seems to have gone. So Radio Thailand in English, direct 13750. Pretty cool right now. Check that out on the bands. And it's pretty cool to have everybody here. Don't forget, hey, I'm at 4 hours. You guys enjoy what I do, and guys enjoy following what I'm doing. Come on, guys. Super chat. And, don't forget, Pizza Fund and Paul the Cat Fund on PayPal. Much appreciated, guys. You know, this is my living. I enjoy doing this. And I'm here every Saturday, and we're having extras tonight. How about a little something? How about, you've never done a little donation before? Helps out. This is the reason we're here, too. And, I mean, how many of you are having a lot of fun following this every Saturday? Come on, guys. No, 3310, I think it's still there, but it's weaker. Yeah, it's still there. It's like fading out, in and out, actually. So, thanks for the donations, people. So, RJ Dakota, very weak on 13750. Matt never gets Radio Thailand as well as you. Well, they are on the East Coast. You know that at 0 to 030, they are aiming really at the East Coast.
To provide long-term residential options for low-income citizens. Spearheaded by SRT Asset Company Limited, the program utilizes land owned by the
Pretty cool.
Government of Thailand, or SRT, to develop housing near key transportation hubs. The pilot phase includes developments at 4 locations, including Bang Sue in Bangkok, Chiang Mai, King Rak in Pathum Thani, and also
Sunwave weak signal
The
13750.
initiative focuses on offering long-term leases at affordable prices, prioritizing accessibility for eligible citizens. To qualify, applicants must be Thai nationals of legal age, earn no more than 50,000 baht per month, and must not currently own a residential property or have benefited from similar housing programs. The pilot phase covers approximately 38 rai of land in the Bang Sue, 75 rai in Chiang Mai.
Pretty good signal. It's amazing how the signal is great here on the East Coast, here in Montreal at least. Rock and Rod says coming in strong in Plattsburgh. Joseph, I usually get 13750 pretty well on the West Coast. I think it's getting blocked out by some more local CW. Huh. Craig Martinetti, how long is the broadcast? 30 minutes. Radio Thailand is only 30 minutes. They used to have an hour, and what they would do is they would switch 30 minutes to East Coast, 30 minutes to West Coast. And I don't know why they decided to just put 30 minutes to the East Coast, and that's it. And that's it. So, unfortunately, the West Coast doesn't have the signal anymore. But pretty good signal here. Pretty good signal here. Pretty nice. So we've got 3310. We got 6850, which is Mixed Radio International Pirate. We got Radio Thailand 13750. Pretty cool. So it's kind of nice. We got some stuff on Shortwave. For those that think Shortwave is dead. MDK2 started a new stream saying 6955. There's something there. 6955 upper sideband. Let's check it out. Yeah, there's a weak something on 6955 here. It's not very strong, but I do hear something on 6955 for sure. So it's one of those things that is going on right now. So an ID on 6955. Here it's rather weak, so it doesn't seem to come out from here. Different Gear TV, I'm not getting it here, but I had about a week ago, 7475, 19 UT. Sunwave got a copy on 6955 upper sideband 2. Cool. 3310, still pretty good here now, right now. Thailand, pretty good here. Oh, it's raining outside. Look at that. There's raindrops on my window. It's raining. And it's now plus 5 degrees Celsius. So temperature actually rose to almost 38, 40 Fahrenheit. Craig Martinetti, I'm at church, don't have my radio with me. Is it on that frequency every night in English? Yep, 13750 from 0 to 030 UT every single night. It's been, in the last month, it's been there every night, very strong here. So, pretty cool. EFOG says K6MWT 147435 Los Angeles Renegade Repeater. Danny Shortwave gets music on 6955. Dave says 13750. Somewhat noisy but very understandable, though not as good as you. The SDR V5 with telescopic. Cool. Cool. Richard Wagner has 6955 coming in very good in Northeast Illinois. Not bad. Not bad at all. That's pretty cool. So we got a lot of stuff going on. Got a stuff going on. Really nice to tune around the bands as we check out our shortwave radios. Let me check out if I got any emails that I might have missed, because sometimes it happens. Check the email and make sure I don't miss out on anyone. Yep. Okay. Pretty cool. Thanks, guys, for the donations. As we continue on for the night, if you guys want me to continue, we're going to continue. Got no problem with that. Let's tune the bands. Let's check out what's out there. And see it. We might even check out here. It's always fun to be here anyways. And it's pretty cool. So, that we got that. We absolutely, you know what? We completely forgot about the V13 stations at 0 UT. We completely forgot about those. I mean, I was mesmerized at Radio Thailand, so. What else we have here? Richard Wagner has got 6955 coming in well good in Northeast Illinois. Sunwave, weak signal parrots come in better on this SDR. What else we have? Rob's Radio Channel, thank you so much for the donations. By the way, I think we weren't there before. Starting in February, and this is going to count because January is going to count too. We're going to do a monthly CIDX membership draw. So everybody that donates, whatever amount, every month we will give a CIDX membership to someone that is not a member. So all your donations will count into that. Your donations for January will count, but officially we're going to start that contest on February, and every month we will have a draw of a CIDX membership to everybody that donates to this channel. Sunwave, then a big fat data signal appears on 6890. Yeah, that probably is the Yeah. That's the financial data stuff. If you guys have never checked it out, that's the financial data station. Danny Shortwave 6955S20. Wow. K2061 6955 coming in well in Tucson. But 13750, no joy. Yes, Jill, continue. Video radio 13750 coming in well here in on the ICOM IC 706 MK2 with the internal speaker S9 plus 45. Dean KQ48AG, nice to have you here. It's not Saturday evening without Jill's live stream. Francis Moore, nice to have you here. Pretty cool. So we got Radio Thailand, very strong, 13750 right now.
On bilateral ties and international issues before signing the treaty. Russia has cultivated closer ties with Iran and other countries under U.S. sanctions, such as North Korea, since the start of the Ukraine war, and has strategic paths with Pyongyang and close ally Belarus, as well as a strategic partnership agreement with China. As particular, Russia and Iran agreed.
So Radio Talent 13750 3310. We got a pirate. 6955. We got a pirate. There's a lot of stuff. Mixed radio on 6850. Got a pirate. Lots of stuff right now going on. So check it out. VT Radio 13750 coming in well here on the icon. Yeah, okay. What do we have? 29 degrees Fahrenheit here in Corrigan Martinetti. Sunwave Trenton Military is on 6754. Strong in Oklahoma. Some Peskies on 6900 lower sideband. Yep. Matt says 41 Fahrenheit is exactly 5 Celsius. So, yep, it's fairly warm there, Jill. And it's raining, actually. The snow has changed to rain right now. Just before a deep freeze of minus 25. This is perfect. Just put rain and wet roads when it's going to be minus 25 in 24 hours. Oh, man. So it's pretty cool. So now there's some music on 3310. And I've got 6955. Let's put that on the Kenwood. Yep. So this is kind of cool when you look at it. I don't know if I could put it in some way, but I've got. Let's take this out and do the best we can with this. So I've got. No, I can't really do much. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. I wanted to show you guys a little more, but I need to extend the webcam's own camera to a little more, because I'd like to show you guys, what it was all like with I got the ICOM here. I got the Kenwood R5000 behind my chair. Wanted to show you the Kenwood, which is also tuned to something, and I got the Yaesu. So for those that want to know, I've got let's try to. So the icon, the Yaesu is here with. That's what you see on the screen. It has its own antenna system, which is a half-wave infrared antenna in the backyard. For the rest, I've got behind the chair. You don't see it. A Kenwood R5000. Maybe I can. I don't know. Let's see if I can do something to put the. Oh yeah, you see it. right here, just right here at the bottom of the screen. The Kenwater 5000 is right there. And that one is on the MLA30 in front. The ICOM here is on the MLA30 at the front also. And I've got the H501X of Texan here on the table. That's also on the MLA30 at the front because I got a Streetsburg's 4-port multi-coupler. So I can plug one antenna and I've got 4 outputs. They're all separated so radios don't interact with each other. So I can have up to 4 radios on the same MLA30, which is pretty cool. So that's the setup here and the way it works. So hope you guys enjoyed that as we're continuing the live show. The live show. Yeah, guys. Okay, let's see here. What else do we have? What else do we have? SWAT Cats is hearing a non-directional beacon on 272. Rock and Rod, thank you for the donation. I'm ready to upgrade, thinking that getting the Texan S2200X. Your thoughts, please. Okay, what do you have right now, Rock and Rod? Tell me what you have right now as a radio. Okay? And after you tell me what you have as a radio, I'll tell you if yes or no it's a good idea. Okay? Because I don't want to push any radios just because, you know, you got a radio and you want something else. What do you have right now, Rock and Rod, as a radio receiver? Let me know that. And I'll tell you if it's worth it. You know, not to spend money for nothing. Then Shortwave 13750 S20 Plus sounds loud and clear. This is my Yaesu FT991A end-fed antenna. Same thing here, end-fed antenna in the backyard. Sounds great. So, hey Paul, let's say hi to everybody. So I don't know if you can see him. Hey Paul. Hey there. Paul is here for you guys. And Paul is here for you guys. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Paul the cat is here for you guys. There we go. Hello, Paul. I just got out of his sleep right now. Well, the Streetsburg one that I have, Danny Shortwave, is really not cheap. It's a very expensive piece of equipment, but it's military grade and it's all metal. And yeah, you know, you see the construction. I got it because of that. But I've seen some that have cheaper ones that still work great and that isolate each port. So check it out. You might have something else that isn't as expensive as mine, because mine was dreadfully expensive. I'm happy to have it though. I mean, honestly, I love it. It's an amplified one. You can get, Streetsburg has the cheaper ones too. They have the passive ones. All they do is just, you know, you plug the antenna and they just distribute signals. They're a lot less expensive, so you can check that out too. But you know, Streetsburg's, I know you guys in the U.S. like what's built in the U.S. Streetsburg's is built in the U.S. So you know, it's part of the reason of the expensiveness of it. But it works great, and I'm happy to have mine. So it's all about, you know. I almost wish mine is 4 ports. I almost wish I had an 8 port at times with all that I do, because there's so many radios. Yeah, it's cool. You know, it's cool because they isolate. It's mostly cool because of the isolation of every port in there. Cats are awesome, Kitty Paul. Sunwave, Radio Meow Meow International. Oh, man. Yeah. Paul the cat. Psychedelic orange meow. Yeah. You know what video radio was the worst? Is now you're gonna know how many times you're just sitting down and you just don't want to move because your cat's sleeping on you, and it's like it's the cutest thing in the world. Brian Penny, Streetsburg HF multi-couplers are the best. I run with 2 4-port units. Hi, Mr. Paul. Yeah, well, I mean, I have nothing to complain. You know, they cost a lot of money, but I have nothing to complain. Works great. It works totally great. For sure. The Ratty RF 919. Okay. Yeah, it's a different kind of radio. But if you like big radios that work really well at what they do, yeah, the S2200X is amazing. Dawson Low, Florida, we get some snow next week. Wow. Sunwave says, I'm checking out the Streetsburg website now. Yeah. They have a passive one. Mine is active. But they have a passive one that is less expensive. But their equipment is amazingly good. I'm happy with mine, I can tell you that. Danny Shortwave, we're looking at that multi-coupler. Yep. Take care, Craig Martinetti. Stay safe. Always nice to have you on board. There it says I use a Bonito AA3S300DP jet multi-coupler. I use it with my modded LA30 and HF Plus Discovery. Radio CR1 works great. Yep. Yeah. I think I got it. Whoops. I think I got a Streetsburg because of Matt MDK2 that talked to me about them, and I got that 4-port, and I don't remember the difference, but I think I just should have took the 8-port with all the radios I got. So, hey guys, if you want to hear another English broadcast on the East Coast, it's Radio Slovakia International via WRMI on 15770 kilohertz.
This is the Saturday front page, where we take a look at what's making headlines. Prime Minister
15770 via WRMI Radio Slovakia International.
Trying to arrange a meeting, suggesting it could take place in the next few days.
And I will go pee.
Should be the situation around gas transit through Ukraine and Slovak-Ukrainian relations. In an open letter from Monday, in which Slovak Prime Minister Robert Fico proposed a meeting, Fico criticized the decision to stop gas transit through Ukraine and said it was causing extensive damage to Ukraine, Slovakia, and the European Union. On the 1st of January 2025, the Russian gas company Gazprom halted Russian gas supplies via Ukraine to Europe and Moldova because Ukraine did not extend the transit agreement. Ukrainian President Zelensky criticized Slovak Prime Minister Robert Fico for prioritizing Russia over his own country. At the end of the year, Fico held talks with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Moscow. His step was widely criticized by Slovak opposition, Ukraine, and Czech Republic. The extraordinary House session, initiated by the opposition parties in reaction to Prime Minister's trip to Moscow and his remarks about Ukraine, failed to open even at a fourth attempt this week. The parliament did not reach a quorum. Fico advised the members of his party, Smer, to boycott the session as he considered the session unnecessary. Last Friday, people in Slovakia and abroad took to the streets to protest and show disagreement with the actions of the Prime Minister. The organizers of the protest have declared a state of civil emergency. According to them, about 15,000 citizens gathered in Slovakia and thousands in other Slovak cities. Opposition MPs from 3 parliamentary political parties and 1 caucus agreed on initiating a no-confidence motion in the government of Robert Fico in the near future. They announced the step at a press conference on Tuesday. According to them, the Prime Minister is failing to govern, pointing out problems in the healthcare sector, rising prices, issues at the Land Registry Office after a massive cyber attack, and the attempts to question Slovakia's foreign political orientation. In the view of the opposition MPs, the Prime Minister has no right to abduct Slovakia eastwards. Opposition leaders stressed that they managed to unite despite the many differences between them. Prime Minister Robert Fico proposed having the special House session on the Ulster next week on Tuesday and promised to attend the session. The biggest coalition party smears that they respect the step of the opposition. President Peter Pellegrini joined them in seeing the step legitimate, but he does not expect that the opposition will accomplish the ouster at the upcoming parliamentary session. A group of Slovak coalition MPs from the Smer and SNS parties visited Moscow this week, meeting with top Russian officials. The goal of the delegation, according to their words, was to renew dialogue between the country's parliament and fostering cooperation in trade, culture and global security. Discussions also included the controversial issue of gas transit. The delegation said they will visit Russia again in the future. During the visit, chair of a coalition party, SNS Andrei Dankov praised Russian President Vladimir Putin and criticized the West and Ukrainian president.
So Radio Slovakia via WRMI 15770.
He also expressed confidence that Putin and incoming U.S. President Donald Trump will end the war in Ukraine this year. The Slovak opposition and general public have criticized the visit. On the other hand, a group of MPs from the coalition party Hlas and opposition party protested.
Bob Alu, welcome from Latvia. Nice to have you on board, my friend. As we try to reposition the cameras. Here we go. There we go. Richard Wagner, yeah. Well, we'll try other stuff. I need to try different equipment too. Matt says 15770, very good in Denver. Thank you, Rob Raider Channel, for another super chat. Much appreciated. It says, Glenn, the streams were about to Culper work well for you. I know what you mean. I got 2-port model and should have gotten 4. Yeah. When I got to 4, I thought 4. Come on, 4. It's enough. And then I look at all the radios I got, and I'm like, yeah, come on, 4. 4. No, it's not enough. I should have got 8. I don't know how many times I plugged all the radios, and I'm like, I want to plug another one. And I only got 4. I mean, we're spoiled kids, I know. But I should have got the 8. If I had 1 to buy, I should have got the 8, not 4. Come on. But, that's the way we do our stuff. It's like, oh, I got enough with 2 or 4. 4 is enough. It's like, yeah, you got 150 radios. Wake up. You should buy the 25 one. Especially me. Oh, God. Oh, man. Does anyone know a good AGC decal settings for SSB signals? DK. Usually, what you do, Sunwave, is on CW, on SSB. The AGC delay is longer. That's what you want. So it's soft. It makes it soft. Because CW and SSB is an on and off signal. When you talk in single sideband, you either have a signal when you're talking or nothing. So it's on or off. You want to smooth that out. So AGC needs to be a slow decay for single sideband and for CW. It makes it easier on the ears and it makes it slow. On AM, when you're on AM, it depends on the propagation conditions. If the signals fade fast, you put it on slow. But if the signals fade slowly, you can put it on fast. It's okay. But it's a question of really making or trying to compensate what is happening with the signal you are listening to. So anything that's on and off, SSB voice, CW, we put it slow. We want it to be sluggish. We want it to be relaxed. Okay, you're talking about numbers in milliseconds. I don't have that because the radios I have just a slow or you try it out like milliseconds. Put I don't know, on SSB put 100 milliseconds and see what it looks like, and put more if you need. Listen to a single sideband signal and put like 100, 150, 200. See how it works. It also depends on how strong they are, because if they're weak, it doesn't do much. But if they're very powerful, so it's an on and off, really, really strong on and off signal, then you might want to put a longer stretch, 100, 200 milliseconds. It's really a question of smoothing out what is an on-off signal, basically. So Radio Slovakia via WRMI on 15770. Really good. Seems 3310 is gone. Let's check it out here. Anything else? Well, it's actually raining real hard outside. Wow. And they weren't actually predicting that. What's on the pirate bands? Mixed Radio International going on 6850. Let's check it out. 685. Upper sideband. Pretty good. 6850. Mixed Radio International Pirate. It's pretty good. Okay, Richard Wagner. Cool. Your dog was growing, growling. What's that? Take care, Dave. Always nice to have you on board. Richard Clifford, are you doing a 24-hour stream tonight? No, I don't think so. We'll go with the flow, but it's not going to be 24 hours. That's definite. Shortwave, it defaults to 500 milliseconds, but it seems too slow. 500 milliseconds is long. Should be, I would see like 100, 150 on single sideband. Not 500. Danny Shortwave. Yeah, that must be a CRI relay that you're a CRI jammer you got, Danny Shortwave. So what is it? 15 to 80? Let me check it out. I see it, I think, on the display here. Yep. Yeah, that is not Sound of Hope. That is a strong CNR, a China National Radio 1 jammer over Sound of Hope. You would not be getting Sound of Hope that strong. Sound of Hope is a 100-watt signal in Taiwan. It would not go to a S20 plus signal. It's really, really a China National Radio 1 jammer. If I look at EIBI space and go to 15 to 80, is that? Yeah, 15 to 80. CNR1 jammer, Fire Drake, is on until 0115 So this is CNR1 Jammer Fire Drake, and it goes over the Sound of Hope. It's really jammer that you're getting there. Unfortunately, a lot of people get there and say, "Oh, it's Sound of Hope." No, it's not. Sound of Hope would not be that strong. It is pretty amazing, though, still, to have a Chinese signal on 15 to 80 that strong on a 19-meter band at this time. Pretty amazing. So, Danny, shortwave, CNR1 jammer is what you're getting from China with a big, fat 500 kilowatts of signal. Matt says it just past sunset here in Denver and the temperature is dropping fast down to 7.2 Fahrenheit, minus 13.8 Celsius. That's what's coming to us tomorrow. Ah, man. Matt, you ain't now say... there ain't no ways SOH Sound of Hope is S9 plus 20 anywhere. Exactly. It's the way it is. But you're not alone, Danny Shortwave, to be fooled with that. A lot of people are like, "Oh, Sound of Hope," but if you look at the schedules, you see that the CNR1, the China National Radio 1 jammer, is everywhere over Sound of Hope, and because of its power, that's what we hear. There is very little real Sound of Hope receive in North America. Because it's very low power in general. Dino, is that 15770 kHz via SDR? No, it's home. It's heard here with my radio and antenna. But it's via WRMI in Okeechobee, Florida. Yeah, they jam a lot of stuff, like Sunwave said, for sure. Matt says 6925 Pirate AM. 6925 Pirate. Yeah, it's not very strong here, but I do hear something. But it's not very, very strong here. I do hear that there is a little something. Absolutely. So that is something to check out. Okay, if you guys want to try V13, they're very high frequencies, but we can try them out on 18040, 19052. I'm going to put the V13, so in exactly 14 minutes at 01 UT, V13 Asiatic Russia numbers station. 18040, 19052. And 20025 kilohertz are the frequencies they're using if you want to try that. Very high. I don't know if we're going to hear anything. The target is East Asia, and it comes from the Far East Asiatic Russia transmitter sites. So that's in 14 minutes from now. Sir, you are watching the Shortwave Live show that started 4 hours and 44 minutes ago. And since I've been using Ethernet cable on a new PC, no drop frames, no slowdowns, the stream has been going pretty well. So it's nice to have all of this here. It's nice to be tuning around and checking out the bands. I hope you guys are enjoying this moment. You know, V13 is Taiwan's. Oh, it's V13. Okay, thanks, Matt. Let me check that out. Okay, V13. V13. Oh yeah, it's the new star. Okay, from Taiwan. Thanks, Matt, for correcting me. V13, New Star Broadcasting Station. They are Mandarin Chinese with a female voice. They are USB plus carriers, so AM would work, but USB might help. From Taiwan. Thank you so much, Matt. That's where, you need to correct me. I'm not God. I sometimes mess up on my radio stuff. I'm not perfect. So, there's a musical introduction, apparently, at 0UT. This is how it's supposed to start. Wow, I'd like to hear that. This is so cool. And then it's the intro. This is pretty cool. I'd like to hear one of those. So hopefully, maybe propagation will help, but pretty high frequencies. Okay. So, in 10 minutes, if you guys want to try, what frequency are we on now? Well, whatever you want to choose. So 6925 AM, it's weak here. 15770 is Radio Slovakia. 15280 is the Chinese National Radio 1, which is surprisingly strong. So you know what? Maybe 18040 is not going to be that bad. And the number station, V13, that'd be really... Mad God V13 really well once in 2017. Wow. This reminds me of, I still remember, and we're probably in my video, there's a video online. I think it was like 2015 or something, and it's an old video. I'm trying to get Radio New Zealand on 15720 back in the day, and I hear a carrier. There's a tone, so there's some kind of carrier that starts at like 02 or 03 UTC. I don't remember, 04 maybe. It was very late, probably like 04 UT. And I'm like, what's that? And I use my I had the icon back in the day. I use my icon and I tune above until it's 0 beats, and I put upper sideband, and I start hearing Russian number station. And it's like, wow, there's a Russian number station on that frequency at that time that interferes with Radio New Zealand. And it was one of the only times I actually heard it clear enough. And so I have the video on the channel where I posted that. And it's like, wow, this is so cool. It's something this is what shortwave's all about. When I hear somebody say, well, shortwave's, sad, it's like, it's boring, there's nothing, take the time to sit down and listen. Stop complaining. If you hear only religious stations, maybe it's time to see what you can do and tune outside your home or try something else. That's where, I know shortwave is not for everybody. But when you're into it, I don't know, there's this, like, you hear stuff and you're like, oh, wow, what's this? What did I just listen to? What did I just get? And there's this, I don't know, excitement of a signal, a new signal from something you never heard before. But I guess it's not for everybody. It's not everybody's like that. But boy, when you hear something like that, it's like, oh God, this is so cool, So, that's the way it is. Mike, WX50, nice to have you on board, my friend, from Northwest Arkansas. Carlos Rubens, nice to have you here from Poland. Can you talk about the expeditions such as the one to Bouvet Island back in 2018? Crazy folks. Yeah, there's a lot of those. These people are retired and want to have excitement, and they fund these crazy, the expeditions to these islands. There's one right now going on with a station which is Tango X-Ray 7 November, TX7N. And they are in Marquesas Island, which is a French colony in the middle of the Pacific Ocean in these volcanic islands. And they're making contacts right now. And I mean, these guys are there and they just want to add new countries and new places where we can have contacts. I've been trying all week for TX7N, and unfortunately, I have not been able to make a contact yet. But I want to, because I mean, it's an exotic new place. And this is what is the fun of radio once again. People doing things. Trying things. When I hear people complaining about there's nothing on shortwave or the ham bands are dead, but what are you doing to make the ham bands alive again? What did you do recently as a ham operator to make the ham bands live again? So instead of complaining they're dead, how about you doing something about it? One of the comments of a couple of weeks ago, I heard that comment of an idiot, and I'm sorry, I'm going to say it the way I want to say it. An idiot, ignorant American about Canada. He made a comment on his ham radio. Okay? I'm sorry to say that, but there's too many of them recently. And he said, well, that's why I don't do ham when I hear this. And I'm like, no, that's not the way you should respond. You should be doing ham to compensate the negativity of what ham is maybe in your head. There's too many hams talking about their prostates. How about you doing something about talking about ham, radio operations, and doing it? This is where, it's easy to just give in and say, well, I don't do ham radio because that's the way it is now. It's dead. Well, you're not doing anything. Why are you not out there and doing something and calling CQ? If you're just sitting down and saying ham radio is dead because I hear this, well, forget it. Forget it. It's not going to be the way it is if you don't do it. Okay? You just got to do something to make all of the hobby great again. What is this? What is this I'm doing now? Okay? Am I a guy sitting down and just trashing everything? Am I a guy sitting down and saying shortwave is dead? I'm a guy doing, for the last 10, 12 years, a live show here to promote what we do, what's on the air, what we're listening tonight. I'm not sitting down on my ass thinking everything's dead, nothing to do anymore. This is where we need to be. You're a ham operator. Stop thinking nothing's good. Go on the air and do something about it. You're a radio freaking guy. Come on, man. Get on the fucking air and do something about it. I'm here for 4 hours talking about radio. What? Just to please myself? And it's like there's nothing else? No, I'm here to promote a freaking hobby. I'm here to tell every freaking people out there, stop freaking telling me that 7200 is a freaking shit frequency and tune around everywhere else. 7200 is this big and this big of a spectrum. Can you stop freaking telling me there's bad guys out there on that frequency? I'm freaking going crazy about it. Okay? I'm tired about that. You want to have shit? Well, just do your shit. You know what? But I'm going to tell you one thing. Ham radio and shortwave radio and radio in general has its amazing moments, an amazing thing out there. So don't come to me telling me, oh, well, it's really boring right now. It's like, yeah, get out of my freaking face. And here, cheers to shortwave radio, amateur radio, and do something about it. Stop sitting on your freaking ass and not doing anything. Here we go. That's where the shit happens. You let all the boring hams and the old geezers do the ham radio stuff. Yeah. Well, how about you doing something about it? Okay, here we go. And here we go. We had the ranting moment where I'm tired of that shit. Okay. Did I say something right now? Okay, in a minute. 18040. Let's try it out. 18040. Could I be hearing something? I don't know. I'd like that. That'd be so freaking good if I hear something on 18040. Danny Shortwave, yes, I was trying to contact TX7N from Marquesas on 10 meters. I saw them yesterday. They will be on until the 27th. John says, Canada gave us triumph. Matt says, give him hell, Jill. Yeah, Sunwave, that's the best way to do it. Marshall G, I wonder if the new K30 WLA active loop broadband receiving antenna for SDR is really a different product. Well, I would guess. Well, or unless they just switch it off for the VHF part, Joseph, you got to create the culture you want. One of the most important life lessons. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. John says, I love ham radio. I do DMR mostly because I live in an apartment. And that's fine. You do what you can with what you have. And that's very important. Going to talk to the landlord about the outside antenna. Cool. Cheers for shortwave radio. Yeah. Danny Shortwave, exactly. Enjoy all aspects of radio. Cheers, Jill. Michael says, Joe is right. You enjoy radio for years now. It turned into something. Yeah. SWAT cats. Every time I call CQ, I do not get a response. Because you don't call enough. I can tell you one thing. I've called enough that you have to be patient, SWAT cats, and you will get a response. I get responses much more often than people think. But you got to be patient. It's not, like calling CQ for 5 minutes. Call CQ. Stay there. Somebody's going to hear you. Yeah, nothing here on the 18040. Thank you, Francis Moore, for the donation. Much appreciated. But do something. MAGA, MAGA is make amateur radio great again. Make amateur great again. It's MAGA. Marshall J. I bought one of the new K30 WLA for $62 on AliExpress. So we will see if it beats the MLA30 Plus. Huh. Interesting. Make amateur great again. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. No, but I'm tired. When somebody tells me, it's like I hear nothing. Or please. Please. I'm so freaking tired of that. Gilles, have you tried installing ham clock to display on the screen? I've been trying out lately. No, I haven't tried it. I do have, I'm going to show you one thing here. I don't know if it's going to show up well. So, when you are... Display setting, I'm going to turn it off here. So, I've got this thing called Simon's World Clock. And I don't know if you guys are going to see it well. Well, you see my screen. So, this is what I get. World clock. World map. There we go. So this is what I get. Simon World's map. Yeah, you see it well. Look at that. So this is what I get on my screen. So I use Simon's World map in Windows, and this is beautiful. This is the way I set it up. There's different maps, different colors, different ways. You can add, there's so many options in here that you can add prefixes, you can add grid squares, you can add, like I have the green at the top you might see here. This is the auroral conditions. On the bottom left, I've got sunspots, the A and K index, solar flux 2 and 27. I've got, of course, the UTC clock in the middle. And this is what I use mostly when I'm doing ham radio. Matt, you're hearing V13? What frequency? 18040? You got it? Wow. I'm not hearing anything here on the east. Nothing on my radio. So I actually use Simon's World Map. Remember that name. It's really, really cool. And this is what I use most of the time. But I know what you're, all this stuff. 18040, Matt. Wow. This is so cool, guys. You're lucky. You are so lucky. I'd love to listen to that. Wow. Cool, Marshall G. Please do. Be fun. What's the most isolated place in the globe? Pitcairn Island? Yeah. There's a lot of places that are like so, far. Joseph's got faint music, Chinese music, yeah. Wow, you guys are getting it. Oh, lucky you guys. I don't here on the east. Oh, man. So this is pretty interesting. V13 number station. They're back in an hour, but then lower frequencies. Maybe I could get V07 is coming on 17436. That's the one that Matt was talking about. And the V13 are on low frequencies that we won't get here in the east, that's for sure. That's for sure. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. It's pretty interesting to have all of this. Just check it out here. So anything else, looking at all the stuff? Pretty cool. Oh, let's check it out. Where is it? Okay, okay. Oh, let's go. So many of these weird signals. KFS, KFH, they're great. There's no cheating, man. Shelter phone Taiwan. Oh, man. I still remember when I called to that number on the Iqaluit, station. It was like, oh God, what? I was not expecting anyone to answer on that Iqaluit transmission. I can tell you that. 6850 upper sideband still lurking for mixed radio. Let's check it out. 680. Not hearing anything now. There's really a lot of the stations are kind of fading out. Anything else right now? According to mixed radio, yep. It's really getting weak here. Of course, at this time, you can tune to Radio Romania 7325.
161 members of parliament signed for the suspension of the president. And the AUR party officially requested the convening of an extraordinary
Radio Romania International 7325.
the 20th and the 21st in order to begin the suspension procedure. For this purpose, the vote of 234 MPs is needed.
I was doing it from the Kenwood R5000. Enter 0. Woo. I got key bounce. So let's go 7325. This is Kenwood R5000 audio.
Rate has not been changed since August amid efforts to reduce inflation. According to the NBR, it increased more than expected in the last quarter of 2024 due to fuel prices and the summer drought. Experts are cautious about the possible decrease in the monetary policy interest rate this year. They believe that if the domestic economic context does not improve after the presidential elections, there may also be great pressure on the exchange rate for the national currency. On the other hand, the Romanian government is working on the draft budget for 2025. The deficit target of 7% established with it.
So that's Radio Romania 7325. And hey, can I do a little emotional moment here for 2 seconds? I want to thank you guys for being here. I've had a very hard last couple of weeks. I've had a particularly hard week with seeing someone that I'm taking care of physically degrade to a moment that was really hard to see on Thursday, where I spent the day seeing physiotherapy and seeing how we can treat someone and come back. It was freaking hard to see somebody degrade to that point where I don't think it will ever come home again. And you know what? This here with you guys is also kind of a healing process for me. Having all of you guys all around, and we're doing stuff that I love, takes my mind off of what's happening in my own life. So thanks, okay, guys, because it's I have to deal with that every day, and I'm having a hard time. And I want to thank you guys, okay? Thank you guys, really. Okay, so Radio Romania 7325, Radio Romania. For the rest, we'll have V07. Let's try it in an hour. We'll be here. Okay. We're gonna stay on. I got another beer. I got no beer. No beer. Where's the beer? I have one left, anyways, because I can't go more than 4. So you know what? So thanks everybody for being here. It's part of the healing process. Okay, Radio Romania 7325. Oh man, that 18040. I would love to hear it here. Maybe at some point we'll hear it here. I don't know. So you know, it's pretty crazy. As Dakota can relate to that because my lost stepdad same way. Matt, coincidentally, my aunt who just turned 92 would probably be coming home again. Just had too many falls. She ought to still be around for a while, but she needs full-time care. Yeah. It makes me sad because, you know, it's a person that still have all of its possibilities, just physically it's not there anymore. It's like, you know, the shit. I'll say it as I want to say it. The freaking shit of getting old. Kimberly, the ham radio lady, K6YYL. Nice to have you on board. Hey, no problem, guys. I'm sharing it because I wanted to share it. Makes me feel better. Sometimes you got to talk a little bit about, you know, things you keep inside because a caregiver doesn't, you know, talk much about what he has to deal with. And I remember going to a hospital once, and the nurse, she asked me a question. She said, "So, how's it going?" And I started talking about, you know, my friend, and she said, "No, you're the caregiver. I want to know how is it going with you, because you're the one dealing with all of that, and I know that nobody ever talks to you about it, and you're dealing with every single moment, and you're not talking to anybody about it. So I want to know how you are doing." And I was like, wow, this is just cool, you know. Oh, man. Yeah, I know a lot of my time means a lot to you too. And thanks for being here. Beta Pup Max Dennis. Maybe sort of like radio waves, but even when people leave us physically, maybe something still out there and we need a little help hearing it, like an antenna or something that's got really hard. Yeah. Oh, I was talking, Kimberly, about I'm having a hard time because my caregiving duties are getting heavier. Now the who I'm taking care of is in rehab, and it's just not necessarily going in the right direction. And so I'm having a hard time to deal with it because, when that person is still all of it there, as I mean, the brain's still working, and you're like, and I have a hard time. All week this week, I have had a really hard time dealing with, it's like, wow, how can I cope with it? It's a caregiver it's a tough job. I can tell you that. It's the second time in my life I am that. I was a caregiver with my mom, and so at some point it gets on your, you're just, I don't know. It's rough. It's rough. It's rough to see people degrade, and people, I don't want to go there. I don't want to be that. I see that, and I'm like, never want to go there. I never want to be that. I'd rather die than what I see there. Sorry, that was very negative. Let's just put it on radio. I love you guys. It's one of the reasons we're going on, I might be getting another beer, and let's just go on for another hour or something. It's like not being alone. I'm with a bunch of people that are amazing, which are you guys. So, it's just so cool. Just so cool. I might WX50. I can imagine. It's so tough to see the people we love lose all of what they are, their strengths and everything. God. Thank you, Jeff, KD5QDO. You know what I like about this show and the live shows that I'm doing and everything is, over the years, I also got so many messages of people telling me that my own live shows of doing this is helping out people that they say that you put me in a healing process, because what you do is also helpful to us trying to cope with something. And I guess that's the way it is. It's just so cool. Life is freaking hard at some point for some of us, seeing people that we love just, not being, not going well, and having to take care of them. So, anyways, let's move on to radio. Let's go back to radio. Okay? But I want to thank you guys, because you guys help me in all of it. When I get here on my Saturday live show and I see you guys and we do radio stuff, and we, it brings me back into my life it takes me out of that week where my brain is just, unable to detach from the life it is going through. And I get into the shortwave world again. And it's a big chunk of it is because of you guys. Thank you so much. Okay. So Radio Romania is pretty strong on 73.25, and I think it's time for a beer. It's the last one I have, and it's okay because if I take more than that, it's not a good idea. And so if you guys want to take a minute, I'm going to go get my last beer because I only have this left. And we're going to have beer, our last beer, and we're going to continue on a little bit. And have fun with our radios. What about that, you guys think? Have fun with radio is the best thing in the world. So, Radio Romania as I get a beer.
Project in Romania, developing in recent years through the voices and opinions of key actors involved, and that has been world's culture.
You are listening to Radio Romania International. Focus on Romania.
Radio Romania International Encyclopedia.
So Radio Romania coming in very well. Nice to have all of you here. Hey, heckler. Are you a real heckler? Nice to have you here. Beer time, last beer. Because there's no beer tonight for the rest of the night, that's for sure. For multiple reasons, including me losing weight. So, hey, it's nice to have all of you here, as usual. And what else? Yeah, there usually is a little bit of a delay. That's for sure. That's for sure. Sunwave, you've been one of the few that cares for my radio hobby because you are a fellow radio hobbyist and not much of us left. It is a great thing for you to be here. Thank you so much. LH, I've been a caregiver for my mother for 2 years before she passed. I know how hard it is, and people don't realize how hard it really is to do. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. So, I want to say one thing, because I want to cheers to every one of you out there that had been caregiver for someone, because we all know how really rough it is. Okay? Cheers. And we continue with radio. Radio, yeah, that thing that apparently is obsolete according to some people around the world. Don't worry, LVR still works. Thank you for the donation. And you know what? You don't have to chat as much as you want to, or as you can, or whatever. It's, you know what? That's the way it is. It's super okay. So, you know. And it's nice to have you on board. YZFR1 Biker, cheers. Nice to have you here. And thank you, Carlos Rubens. I think that's what, you know, makes everybody comfortable here. This is a down-to-earth place where everybody lives through and has to go through what's all about. You know, we are human beings, and we just enjoy something that is a common thing, which is, you know, radio, and it's cool. You know, it's cool to be here for that. So 5 hours 24. WF7I says, who is on 6,000 now that Cuba is gone? Shortwave Info says Voice of Turkey, they're coming in decent now. Yeah, Voice of Turkey from time to time does come in on 6. I got too much noise to actually know what it is, but there is a 6,000 kilohertz voice of Turkey from time to time that when propagation is in good conditions, they're coming up to here. Sometimes they've been strong enough to actually interfere with Radio Havana, Cuba. So absolutely, it could be that. Kid61, my NRST from SDR Play is using the same computer as the stream, so I'm sometimes get false positive on the signal. So anyway, shoot. Yeah, well, what happened with Cuba and VT Radio? What happened with Cuba is that Radio Havana, Cuba itself is not officially gone, but the problem is there was a hurricane this summer that hit the transmitter site and the antennas. Apparently 80%, if not more, of the antennas were completely damaged. And so what happens is that they have no one to fix it and no one to bring back anything. So Radio Havana, Cuba, they probably have maybe a couple of frequencies they could still broadcast on, and that's pretty much it. But for the most part, they disappeared because of that. So Radio Rebelde 5025 Cuba has been on the air every night-ish. Not as strong as they were before, but they're there. And there's been one relay of Radio China International on one frequency. But Radio Havana, Cuba itself, I mean, it's gone. The transmitter side is trashed. So it's not because they don't want to be on. They don't have anybody to repair anything. So are they going to come back at some point? And you know what? I don't know. But for now, yeah, Cuba is not really on the air. Francis Moore, you know what, mate? That's what you need to drive on. Radio. And take care of yourself. And be with us. Because you know what? No problem is big enough to prevent yourself from having fun and joining this stream. No problem in the world is big enough for that. Okay? Come here and be here with all of us. And this is where you need to be if you ever have any problems in life. Forget about it and come here and enjoy moments where you can just, get off of any problems you got. Rotten Animal says, took care of my girlfriend when she went through chemo. Yeah, that's hard too. It's really hard stuff to go through. Sunway, Radio Havana, Cuba. Yeah, pretty much. That's the phrase, like Matt says. Not officially gone, but kind of hard to get anything. Hey, Richard Califano, nice to have you here. It's possible, Sunwave. You might have heard something. They're not totally gone, and sometimes some have reported that they've had some Spanish come up, but for the most part, but be careful on 25 meters, Sunwave. If you're on 11860, 11930, you are on Radio Marti, and you will hear the word Cuba mentioned many times. Fancy? Yeah. Easy. Sorry, I'm just calling Paul the cat. All right, get there. Yeah. There we go. Look at that, guys. We got a fat cat here. right here. Saying hi to everybody. If he looks to the current camera. Yeah. Come on. A lot of cats. A lot of cats here for you guys. Yeah. Look at that. Look at that cat. Saying hello to everybody. Saying hello to everybody. Yeah, he is. There we go. So, let's see. He's going to try to. There we go. Let's just say hi. Yeah. So that's Polycat for you guys. Saying hello. What else do we have? Yep, it's not officially gone, but it's not much there. That's exactly what it is. That's what it is. Can you talk a little bit about the times of Voice of Free China? Yeah, when I was starting on Shortwave back in 1982, what Radio Taiwan International was Voice of Free China, when the Taiwan government was a very different thing than it is today. It was very, very peculiar as a broadcast. They were sending out tons of literature. I remember getting magazines and all sorts of things. I got a lot of QSL cards from Voice of Free China from the day, and yeah, it was. They were one of the first to use a relay of Okeechobee, Florida. I don't think anybody else used that relay of Okeechobee, Florida back in the day. I think back in the day, relays were not very popular. And so back in the day, you didn't get a lot of stations from relays. We had NHK that was using Gabon and in the 80s, but I mean, Okeechobee, Florida was Voice of Free China was the first one. They were using Okeechobee, Florida transmitter side relay, and they were on several frequencies, pretty every evening, basically to North America. Yeah, that's exactly it. No technically trained professionals that can fix it. Exactly. I guess they got no one. Scouter Phoenix, I hear a lot of Spanish references. Yeah, Radio Marti. 6030-7335 and 7435 is a U.S.-based transmission called Radio Marti to Cuba. And they are transmitting to Cuba. That's why you hear Cuban references all the time. And it is from the Greenville transmitter site in North Carolina, like the Voice of America is using. So 6030-7335, 7435, 11860, 11930, 13635, something like that. They have a lot of frequencies and are very powerful. It's the Radio Marti transmitter transmissions to Cuba. LVR Steerwells, you know what? I always say that we all have a side, a dark side we never talk about to anyone. And That's why when we talk to people, you got to be careful because you never know what the dark side is inside them. There are people out there that had great life, but there's more people, a lot more people that had a dark side, a dark life, a dark moment. And I always tell everybody, you know what? Be careful. You don't know what people went through. I never talking about my young, like pre-adult years much, because they're pretty crappy. You know, my parents weren't here for me, and we're not gonna go into it, but we all have that, you know, and a lot more people than you think have a really dark side, a hard time that they just keep for themselves. So you know what? It doesn't make us bad people. It makes us maybe even better people, because living through crap made us better people than maybe a lot of people, you know. And I'm happy to be here as LVR Steelworks. You're extremely welcome. Danny Shortwave. Yes, Cuba has been having power outages. Their infrastructure has been deteriorated. And yeah, it's really bad. I did say EC, viens ici. W7I Homebrew. I did. I said, viens ici. Come here. Viens ici in French. Danny Shortwave hearing Voice of Turkey 6000 now, S20. With some noise, but I can hear Turkish music. There we go. There we go. Redheads are awesome. That's a puma. Beautiful, sweet orange kitty. Big like my Zoomer. Says RJ Dakota. Thank you, Richard, California, for the tip. Much appreciated. Man. Still going on for mixed radio on 6850. Yeah. Yeah, NHK, Richard Clifford. Absolutely. NHK used the Sackville transmitter site. It used the Gabon. I have one QSL that has a sticker on it from Radio Japan that says Gabon transmitter relay. Denny Shortwave. Okay. W7 over. I just heard the AC part of that. That's the only French I recognize, but it made sense for talking to a cat. Yeah, well, my cat. I don't speak English to my cat. I speak English to you guys, but I never speak English to my cat. So my cat doesn't understand English. That's for sure. But he understands ici or viens ici, which means come here, because I say it all the time. So as soon as I said it, he came here because he knew I would pick him up, put him on the chair. So, you know, he's cleaning himself. Look how cute he is. Cleaning himself, making sure everything's all right before he takes his nap. This is what has been happening lately, because with the caregiving duties, the person I'm taking care of is living here, and what happens is that now I'm the only one here for the past month and a half now. So he's like a little more attentive, because he's like he wants more attention from me, because he got nowhere else to go and ask for, you know, any attention. So, you know, that's Paul the cat. Mr. Ongrove, 6035 BBC from Tashkent is better than whatever on 6000. Wow. You getting that? Okay. Okay. Francis Moore, some good jazz on Romania. Well, their jammer is also gone. Everything's gone. Well, you know what, RJ Dakota? Your cat weighs 25. Well, Paul probably weighs 25-ish plus. Now I'm gonna tell you of a bad thinking I had. So last year, Mignon, if you guys, I don't know if you guys remember, I took in a stray cat that was really in the cold, and she was the most wonderful stray cat. I mean, she was so happy to be part of this, because, you know, taking care of her, and she would sleep in the Christmas village under the tree, the Christmas tree. So I last year, she died and she passed away, and let me just show you guys a picture for those that have never seen her, because it was like, you know, here we go. That was Mignon. She was so sweet. And this is Mignon. So she died of a heart attack right in front of me. It was very, very rough to see, because she just like started like going nuts, and she had her mouth open, and she started running, and she just collapsed, and she became like really, really stiff, and then she just like collapsed a second time, and she wouldn't breathe again. And I was, you know, I mean, she would be coming here for like about 2 years, and so when she passed away last year, so let me just do this. Okay. So, when she passed away last year, you know, I had a service. She was incinerated, and they asked me how much she weighed, because the price of the incineration goes with the weight. And I was like, well, she's, you know, about 15, 20 pounds. And I'm sorry, but I had to kind of think about it for a second. You know, about, well, when Paul passes away, he's at least 25, if not more. It's going to cost me more money. I know it's a horrible thing to think about, but it was like, wow, Paul's going to cost me a lot of money. But, you know, look, it's the part of what it had. But, oh, man, my, you know what? Mignon Stray Cat was, it of course, it touched me and made me sad. She was sweet. And she understood that, you know, I was helping her. And this is so cool. And she was so freaking nice with Paul. Paul, for her, was a sweetest thing. She would, you know, pet him. She would like be with him, like you're the greatest cat around. But and the funniest thing is, you know, is like when she passed away, it's so hard to lose a freaking pet. I was like, when somebody tells me it's just a cat, all I want to say is, yeah, go fuck yourself. It's not just a freaking cat. Okay? I'm sorry. It's not just a freaking cat. For me, it's as important and as tough as any freaking person that died around me. It's just, you know, when Paul the cat dies, I don't even want to imagine that moment. I will be crying my heart out like you have no idea. It's not just a cat. I'm sorry. It's a member of the family. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do because I got a weight now. So I'm gonna actually take Paul in my arms, and I'm gonna check out what's the weight mat. That's what I'm gonna do. Haven't weighed Paul the cat in a long time. Last time I did, he was like 18 pounds, but now he's 25 plus. I'm sure. Kamikaze says my cat died in 2013 exact same way. Yeah, it's a rough thing to see. You know, and it's a rough thing to see your animal die in front of you and just not having anything you can do about it. You know, it's like humans. You know, seeing somebody die in front of me, of you know, and there's nothing you can actually do about it. It's just like there's nothing you can do. Nothing. I just can just watch. You know, which is not cool. Honestly. Honestly. It is a family member. Yeah, Paul the cat. Paul the cat. Such a unique cat. Paul the cat is like such a, you know, he goes outside. Obviously, Paul the cat, I've never met a bad human in his life. He goes outside. He sits next to the sidewalk because he wants everybody that passes by to pet him, say hello. He likes that. And every time I've seen that, is like, don't do that. There are humans out there that freaking don't like cats, and they're gonna hurt you or something. You know, it's something. Oh, of course, of course, losing a child is definitely worse in many ways. That's for sure, Richard Wagner. You know. That I can understand. I mean, it's a different type of love and different type of loss. Of course, of course. Tell us the stories again about your neighbor and Mr. Paul the Cat, VT Radio. Well, there's many things about Paul the cat in the neighborhood. So let's go back to the story. Paul the cat is my neighbor's cat that lives downstairs. I have no idea. She found him because he was a lost cat. The cat had lost his home, and she tried to find back the home he was, you know, where he was to be. But she never did, and she never was able to find the family again. So she decided, well, I'm going to take Paul the cat. Paul the cat is a cat that goes outside all the time. From the start. Paul the cat wants to go out. There's nothing you can do about it. He's an outdoor cat. So he would go out back in 2015 when he came here. He would go out for 12 hours at the time. He could be gone for a day before he would come back. That's the type of cat he was. So she had booked a travel to, you know, another country. She was gone for 3 weeks. So when she took that, Paul the cat was outside, and she was about to leave for the airport. She couldn't find a cat. So she told one of her friends, can you go to my place to check for Paul the cat? Because he's outside. And if I can't miss my plane for the trip because he's out there. So that's how it happened. I was working on the balcony in my backyard that one day in 2015, in June 2015. And I'm working, and suddenly this cat shows up. Says, you know, like, he's like really nice and everything, and he comes inside my home. He just enters the apartment like he's already here, like it's his place. And he sits, he jumps on one of the chairs and sleeps there. And I'm like, what the hell? He got in my home and just jumps on the chair and says, well, this is my home. Which is like, what? I've never seen a cat do that before with somebody he doesn't know. But he was really cute and really nice. So I'm like, what's happening with you guy? And it's like, obviously after a day or two, I'm like, well, you don't have a home? Where you don't have nowhere to go? So of course I buy cat food and, you know, a litter box, and like they have these, you know, dispensable litter boxes that you can just throw in the recycling bin. So I was like, oh, I'm gonna buy a litter box, and, you know, some food. And he's here, and then suddenly it's like, okay, he's here, he's not here, he's here, he's not here. And one day the neighbor downstairs says, is my cat going to your place? And I say, an orange cat? He says, yeah. Yeah? It's your cat? And I'm like, oh, I didn't know it's your cat. And so we give each other our phone number because we're texting when he sleeps here or when he sleeps at the neighbor's. And it's just so funny. But she says every time I open the door, he just wants to go to your place. That's all he wants. He meows to go up to your place. He wants to see you. And I'm like, yeah, okay. And one day we're outside, both of us. He's outside. Paul the cat starts running. And who does he stop in front of and meows? Me. He ignores her totally. And she looks at me and she says, okay, I think I'm starting to understand that, you know, he loves you more than me. And I'm like, I don't feel good. I'm like, oh God, that's not what I want. But that's what it is. It's like, yeah, I know. So at some point when she moved from here, she said, where I'm going, I'm not allowed to have animals. And Paul loves you. It's obvious. Paul always wants to see you. Paul loves you like I just want him to be happy. So I want my cat to be happy. Do you want to have a cat? And I'm like, look, I feel bad because I have the impression I'm stealing your cat, which is not what I want. She looks at me, she says, I want my cat to be happy. He's obviously very happy with you, much more than with me. So I say, yeah, I'm going to take a cat. And that's how it started. And then there were so many occasions with neighbors. The first occasion I had with neighbors, there was a neighbor at the end of the yard where there's a small little street there. And one of the first occasions when I saw Paul the cat interact with others is every morning at 5 a.m. he would wake me up. He wanted to go outside all the time. And I'm like, okay. And I would open the door and he was like, going outside. I learned at some point while coming home from, back then I was, still doing a little bit of tech duty. So I'd come home and I see my cat at the top of the staircase in the backyard with another guy at a corner street. And I'm like, Paul, what are you doing there? And the guy looks at me and says, oh, it's your cat? I said, yeah, his name is Paul. He says, he comes here every morning at 5 a.m. because I give him treats. And I said, oh, that's why at 5 a.m. he really wants to get out every morning. So when that neighbor moved about a year after, he said, so I told the guy, I said, I want to wish you that everything goes well in your your new life and your new apartment. And he looks at me and says, you know what? I am actually sad about one thing. What is I will never see Paul the cat again. He was such a nice cat. And I was like, yeah, I know. He is such a nice cat. Neighbor next door. Neighbor next door. She's an old woman. She's like 95. Her daughter takes care of her. And one day, the daughter comes out and we're talking. And she says, that's your cat, eh? I said, yeah, that's Paul the cat. He says, oh, Paul? Yeah, Paul. My mom at 95 wants to go outside for one reason. Because she wants to see Paul the cat. Because he's so sweet. He comes over and he just lies there and she could pet him for like an hour and he just is okay with it. And she says, he's such a sweet cat. My mom just loves him. And I think that's what my mom wants to do every day. Make sure she could see Paul the cat. And I'm like, wow. It's like, you know, an animal that is so sweet that everybody that revolves around Paul the cat is just happy to see him. One of the best times, because everybody told me, it's like, Paul the cat isn't, you know, mean or he's not rough or anything. Man, one day there's a dog in the backyard. The neighbors downstairs, they have a visit and they have a dog. Paul the cat actually likes dogs. He is curious. He goes downstairs, but the dog barks at Paul the cat because he doesn't like cats. You know what happens? Paul the cat gets super ferocious, runs around, and the dog is scared of Paul the cat. The dog goes inside the house, and Paul the cat sits down in front of the door and is like, come here. I'm here. And the neighbor downstairs is like, your cat is ferocious. It's like the dog barked at him. It's like, no way you're going to freaking bark at me. And it's like, your cat prevents my dog from getting outside. My dog is scared of your cat now. There's so many of those stories you have no idea. It's like Paul the cat is the most amazing thing in the world. So V07 17436 17436. Nothing here right now. I don't know if you guys are hearing, but I'm not hearing anything here on the east. Okay, what else do we have? Yeah, unique beings. They all have such different personalities. Absolutely. Absolutely. Tell the story again, yeah. Matthew Farrell. Pets are part of our lives and your family. I've lost a dog, actually. We had to put it down, and we all cried. Absolutely. Absolutely. I believe you. Matt, pets are members of the family. I don't understand people with pets who don't see this as much. Yep. It hurts. SWAT Cats, Abby passed away of cancer at 16 years in 2022. Check it out here. Simon Templar. Oh, look at that. Looks like Paul the cat. Almost looks like Paul the cat. Simon Templar sent his cat. Look at that. It's almost Paul the cat. I can tell you that. Rock and Rod, I have 2 now indoor cats and many outdoor cats that I keep warm and feed. Yep. What an animal. My cat Bing Bang died a few months ago. Had him for 12 years. Oh, we are sad for a long time. Absolutely. That's normal. Yeah, cats choose you. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, cats have a way of choosing us, definitely. Absolutely. Sunwave, faint signal of 17436. Six hours in. How do we send photos? On an email. Send me photos on email. Official Shortwave radio at gmail.com. Just send a picture there. Yeah, it's almost Paul the cat. Francis Moore, dogs are buried in the yard after 10 years. You know, I had to have a small, because we have new neighbors right now in the next yard. And the new neighbors love cats, so they love to have Paul the cat in their yard. They're okay with that, which I'm happy. And but the funniest thing is that Mignon, when she died last year, I had her incinerated, and I took her ashes, and I wanted to put the ashes where she was happy to live. Being a kind of a stray cat, she loved to be outside much more than inside. She would be 90% outside. And the summertime, I don't think she would come in to eat and then she would go back outside. She would never sleep here. But in the winter, because of the cold, she would sleep inside. And so I decided that everywhere she was the most outside, that's where I actually put the ashes. And you gotta laugh at it a little bit. When the new neighbors came in, I had already dumped the ashes on the neighbor's yard where Mignon was most of the time. So they decided to grow a garden, and where I put probably a lot of Mignon ashes. So they would, like, take tomatoes or something. I was like, oh, they're going to eat a little bit of Mignon cat tonight in their tomato. And it was like, yeah, what can I say about it? What are you going to tell? It's like, you're eating my old cat in your tomatoes? That's life. That's the recycling of, that's the recycling of life. That's all. That's the way it is. Oh, Danny Shortwave, you're hearing 17436? Wow. Not hearing anything here. Anything at all here. So it's kind of interesting. Oh yeah, we'll do Moscow Nights if you guys want. Absolutely. Absolutely. Dosenlof has got to cheat to hear it. Ashes to ashes, literally, yes. But, you can't not think about it. It's like I put the ashes there, and now there's good big tomatoes that grew there. There has to be part of Mignon in it. Hey, Rampton. No, we just started 4 minutes ago. Yeah, it's been 6 hours now. It's okay. That's life. You guys enjoy it. I will go pee because I need to pee. I will say one thing. You know, you like the fact that I did 6 hours? You know what? This is my work. This is, you know, I hate doing this all the time saying it, but you know what? The reason I'm here is also because it's part of my work. But it's also because I love you guys and we have great moments together. You know what? There's the super chat. You can give a little something. Or you know what? There could be the pizza fund or Paul the cat treat fund through PayPal. So come on, guys. You know what? It's not always, and that's very important. A lot of people are generous, but generous over and over and over again. How about people that never gave a penny before? Do a little donation. You don't have to give a lot. It doesn't matter the amount. Don't worry about it. But you know what? It's always, you know, something cool to see, and it's helped me out buying new radios so we can actually donate, you know, and reviews and all of that. And it's like, if you're enjoying the moment and you're enjoying the fact that I'm here all the time and for so many hours at a time, you know what? How about think about it? Thanks for the donations. Thanks for being here, for supporting me. And I love you all. It's really a lot of fun. So I need to go pee again. And it's going to be coming back in a few seconds. So it won't be long, guys. Okay? I gotta pee. So we're back. We have Paul the cat. Paul the cat still looking up. Look at that. Paul the cat saying hello. Paul the cat. Jeff is sending out a really cute picture of his cat. And here's a picture. Look at that. This is so cute. Very cute picture. Very cute picture here. Pretty nice. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. So cat pictures. We love our animals. We talk about cats, but you guys also have dogs. You know, I'd love to have a dog, but I'm not allowed. But I'd love to have a dog. I like dogs too. I mean, I'd love to have a dog. That's for sure. In 7 minutes, we have V07 on 14636. We're going to have to try that in 7 minutes. Oh yeah, there's more than 25 pounds in there with Paul the cat, I can tell you that. Guitarman, what is V07? Number station? It's stop broadcasting. Tune into 14636 now, hearing weird noises. So, yeah, number station from Asiatic Russia, basically. Francis Moore, what's the brew? It's a Belgian white ale, actually. So Jeff, pretty cute cat. I would need to put Paul the cat on top of my Westinghouse International radio here to match your cat, your cat picture, actually. So V07 coming up soon. Nice to have you here, guys. So 6 hours and 11 minutes. Let's check it out. What's out there? What is out there? It's still raining outside. I kind of stopped. And it's still 5 degrees, plus 5 degrees Celsius. So I was like, wow. Yeah, cats and radios, Jeff. Absolutely. It's the most, you know, it's cute. What do you want to say? Okay. Leo S. Cats are cool. Yeah, you know. They're beautiful. Okay, let's see what's on 14636. I'm going to put the radio on here for that. 14636. Let's see what's going to be there. And Simon's World Map here in the back. 14636. Why does it say 17? 14636. And I'm going to check that out. Matt says, I had an Australian cattle dog who got along great with cats. She even used to groom one of them. You know, there's a lot of those, that the dogs and cats that just go well together. Absolutely. It's interesting to see what's out there on the bands. Man, I'm amazed at the number of the crazy amount of noise I got on my MLA30 tonight. It's as if something is next to it creating just noise. Wow. Richard Clifford, 25 centimeters of snow, Boston tomorrow night. Cool. 49 Fahrenheit in Tucson, Arizona. That's cool. Pretty cool. K2, terriers are usually dogs that get along with cats because of what they were bred to do, but yeah, you know, it's Polly is just such a kind of intrigued animal. It's Polly is like curious of everything. Any dog, any animal, he just goes down and kind of looks at what's happening. I mean, when I see him in the security camera in my backyard with, skunks and that like they look like friends. It's like, what? That's a skunk. Don't go next to the skunk. No, it's like they're friends. It's like, yeah, it's okay. It's my friend. God, I just like can't believe it. WFI Umbrew. My Golden Retriever always got along with our cats. Golden Retrievers are also really, really nice and intelligent dogs. That's what I would love to have. If I would want a dog, a Golden Retriever, oh man, they are so beautiful. And so freaking nice. They're just like great dogs. Indie news. My last pet was a Bernese mountain dog called Barry. Handsome and seriously impressive. Wow. I had that says skunks are really cute. I'd like one as a pet, but I don't think there's surgery to take out their glands. Sounds like it's a good thing for them. Yeah. Here, the skunks. I have a reverse skunk here. The skunk that Paul the cat is friend with is white with a black stripe. It's a reverse skunk. And every time I have a couple of pictures of the skunk here. And it's just crazy. Nope, tonight I'm not hearing it. I remember I heard it last time. Tonight I'm not hearing it on 14636. I'm not hearing. Yeah, it's numbers in Spanish. It's supposed to be numbers in Spanish, like an albino skunk. Yeah, something like that, RJ Dakota. But I'm not hearing 14636 here. I remember I heard it last time we did it, and it was kind of cool. Oh well. But we could try, in case of traffic, the next station is in 20 minutes. V07 is on 13436. I'm going to try that one too. And but the funniest thing is in last year it was a reversed Pepe Le Pew. KW61. You know what? The funniest thing is I had a garbage bag in the on the balcony in the back, and there was a hole on the side, and on my security camera I wanted to see what animal made a hole into my garbage bag. So I look at the camera, and I see Paul the cat sleeping on the balcony. It's summer. It's really hot. It's like 4 in the morning. Paul the cat is sleeping on the balcony in the backyard because it's too hot outside and he wants to sleep there. And I see the raccoons come up. 4. The mother raccoon and little raccoon kids come in on the balcony. They all go by. Paul the cat looks at them like he already knows them. They all come on the balcony. They look at my garbage bag. They, eat whatever I put in garbage that they just want to. And then they're just leaving one after the other. And Paul the cat is like, okay, it's nice to meet you. It's like, they're all friends. Here, the raccoons, the skunks, and Paul the cat, they're like all friends. It's like they all know each other. It's like, yeah, we've seen each other many times. It's okay. It's like, what? There's no competition or anything. They're all like, yeah, bye. See you tomorrow. It's like, I don't know. Ah, God. Yeah, here we have regular and we have black squirrels. Yeah. It's just so funny. It's like, what the hell is that? What the hell is that, So, that's the way it is. Hey, it's all right, man. It's all right, man. No problem, Simon Templar. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's so weird, you look at the animals. When I moved here, so where I used to live before, so I lived with my parents. The street where I was one of those streets where there's just no friggin' trees. So there's like pretty much no birds. And there was just no... nothing interesting to like really be there for animals, I guess. So apart from squirrels, there was nothing much. Then we moved to another place, and that was worse. There was like, nothing. And then I moved here where there's tons of trees. Here it looks like, if you guys have seen pictures, look, I'm going to show you my backyard. For those that don't know what my backyard looks like, I took a picture this week with the snow. This is what the backyard looks like. It looks like I live in some really, some suburb. Look at that. This is my backyard. It doesn't look like I live in a big city. It looks like I live in the suburb somewhere. So, when I got here, the first thing I noticed is the amount of birds I hear singing that I never heard before. But also the amount of animals that I've never seen before that are all around here. It's just crazy. Matt says, if you can last 30 more minutes, you'll break the record again. Well, let's go for it. Yeah, I remember it was like 6 hours and 50 minutes or something. Let's do 7 hours. Well, might as well go for it. Hey, that's life. Oh, man. WF7 Eyes just posted a VO7 station on a Facebook group. Cool. Danny Shortwave. I've seen bird cams where the cats and raccoons eat from the same food source. Yeah. Carlos Rubens, Joel, you're a bilingual Canadian classic. Have you mastered other languages with all these DX flying hours? One that I would love to is Spanish. Honestly, I'd like to learn Spanish. I started with something on my phone that was called something like, what was the name of the podcast? On my phone, it was like, anyways, it was like a 15 minute Spanish. It was a 15-minute Spanish something. So it was like, yeah, I'm going to try that. 15 minutes of Spanish. But I would love to learn Spanish. I would love to have a new language. It's something I would really, really would love. Well, you know what, Joseph? There's a lot of Spanish that, because I am, like in Spanish, there's the there's a masculine and there's like the male and female side of words. There's a masculine and all of that. It's like, yeah, French language has that also. There are some words that are female, and some words that are masculine. And it's like, yeah, okay. I already have a lot of that part of it, definitely. French definitely helps me if I want to learn Spanish. Absolutely. But I'd like to have, I don't know, maybe I should, maybe sometimes, like, I'm thinking maybe I should just involve myself in some kind of immersive Spanish thing and just go for it. One of the things that I like about languages, I talk about it regularly, that sometimes I don't realize one thing when we talk about, the gender. That's what I was searching for. The gender of a word. In French, we have genders. A word has a gender. So a sofa, un divan, is a masculine gender. And it's like, what is a male gender? Why? I don't know why it happens like that. But it's un divan. It's masculine. And, une douche, a shower, in French is a feminine gender. Don't ask me why. That's the way it is. In French, I totally know all of that. And I know Spanish as also genders on the words. So it's like, yeah, okay. So that helps me out tremendously for sure, because I know what's already in French, a gender, in the words that we use every day. Which is something in English we don't have. In English, there's no gender to a word, to something. It's like, we just speak it. But when I talk about there's tons of things on shortwave, I sometimes, and actually all the time forget, that if I had a great day listening to 15 different broadcasts, maybe 6 or 7 of them were in French. And I forget about that. It's like something I don't take into account. So when I come here and I'm like, oh, there's tons of things on shortwave. Yeah, but half of them were French language. You have an advantage because you listen to another language that a lot of us don't understand. And okay. It's true. It's true that I do go out and, I have this capability of hearing, oh, that's in French. And so I'd like Spanish, because I think Spanish would help out. It'd be cool. I mean, learning languages, it's always kind of, it's enriching. We can speak more to more people, and if I go into a trip somewhere, it's like it's gonna help me out. It's pretty interesting. Joseph, I studied linguistics in school. Part of why I love shortwave is all the different languages. Yeah. Yep. Test tones on 13.436. Let's go tune this. 13. To tune that. See if anything's there. In 7 minutes. Matt, a lot of even the Russian polytones, the Russian CW, when you tune in advance one of their frequencies for the number stations, usually in the half hour to 15 minutes before you hear a tone, you hear that they're actually doing some test tones and test transmissions to see if it's coming out, it's going to work. So for sure. John, I have picked up Radio France broadcasting in French. Absolutely. They're out there. But remember, they do have English language podcasts online, Radio France International. This is where I kind of like the LC90, where you could actually tune the podcasts of a lot of stations. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Don't forget, guys, we're going to beat the record tonight. And you can give a little something on the Super Chat or through PayPal. Come on, guys. Want to give something through PayPal or Super Chat for the record-breaking broadcast tonight here. Remember, you like what I do? You've been here for 6 hours. Obviously, you do like what I do. Come on, man. You could give a little something. Especially not always to the same people to give something. Matt says it's one way to know that it's Russian operated in spite of the language used by the station. Like Matt says, the Russian number station love to send test tones. It's a good way to tell if you can copy it. When XPA2 had more broadcasts aimed to us, I heard them a lot before the transmission. Yep, they do have a lot of broadcasts. Francis Moore, great broadcast, Joel, as always. I'm no longer around on this platform. It's been fun, and I must carry on. So, nice to have you here, Francis Moore. I gotta tell you, it's always nice to have you guys. 4 minutes into our transmission, and we're about something like 40 minutes away from my record. We're gonna go up to 7 hours. So anyways, I drank 4 beers. I'm not supposed to eat anything tonight, so no pizza unless I want to be fat and ugly. I might still eat a little something, but you know what? The rest of the week I'm gonna eat like, ants. Just eat nothing. Yeah. So, Carlos Rubens, same in Portuguese. I'm still struggling with Polish declinations. one word can have multiple forms. Yeah. Well, Guitar Man, I'm doing Dry January also, but with live show moments, because I was drinking beer 3 times a week, at least, before I got into losing weight. So I am in Dry January, but Dry January that is only one exception, live shows. The rest of the week, nothing. And don't be jealous about it. You know what? Dry January is fine. That you're doing it is great. Keep at it, okay? Oh yeah, don't worry, Matt. I'm gonna, take a little something. I don't know. I'll have a little something. I still have, according to my fitness pal, with all the beer, I still have 300 calories left because I did walk a lot today. So 300 calories, I'll have a little something. And I'm still within my boundary of losing weight. And even if one day you're not losing weight, the rest of the week I'm gonna lose weight. It's okay. Organic cider tonight and ginger wine. Wow. So are we gonna get 13 for 36 now? Got nothing here at home, but this is what it sounds like. You know what's funny? I don't hear the station on my radio, but when there was that radar signal, it was heard both on the Japanese SDR I'm using and my radio here. Carlos Rubens, your QSL card count record? I don't know. I've got more than 1,000 QSLs, that's for sure. My favorite one, it's hard to say. I got a lot of Africans that are like really hot. It depends on the I don't know, the QSL itself, I guess. David in Barcelona. Me llamo Gil. ¿Qué tal? I know you want me to learn Spanish. Absolutamente recommendable. You know, ¿cómo está David? ¿Qué tal? My God. No, it's not a Cuban number station, I can tell you that. It's coming out of some Asian transmitter site in Russia. You know what's going to happen? They're all going to say, let's not listen to the radio. I mean, this guy on YouTube, he's got it all. We're going to listen for that. Yeah, it all comes, David, from my like 15-minute Spanish thing. It was called Coffee Break Spanish. And now I remember the name. Coffee Break Spanish. Learning Spanish on your break. And I would go through holidays all the time. And it's funny because the caregiving duties that I have, they're two in the same room. And the other person there is from El Salvador. So she speaks Spanish mostly. So she was impressed because at Christmas, not at Christmas, at New Year's, I went there and I says, you know, Feliz Nuevo Año. And she was like, wow, you speak Spanish? No. But, you know, she has a hard time speaking French or any language that we understand here. So all the time is, it's just like, you know, going to, you know, I talked to her and like, you know, ¿cómo está? You know, ¿qué tal? And all everything. And she's like, wow, you know more Spanish words than the average, you know, person. And I'm like, yes, I need to just brush it back, going back to it. Because, yeah, I have all these words and, you know, and when she speaks to her daughter, I kind of get some of the vibe and some of the words to it. And I'm like, you know, I'm not that far off. I need to just get back into it a little more seriously. And I think I could, it's not that difficult and I'll get it, you know. But the funniest part, and I think you know, David, is when I used to work at a factory once, and there's these three guys speaking Spanish, and I look at them, and I says, ¿Cómo está mi amigo? And because of my accent, ¿Cómo está mi amigo? He thinks I'm really speaking Spanish for real. And like they all come back to me with some kind of phrase, and I have no freaking idea what they said. So I come back down once, and he says, "Wow, you speak Spanish?" No, I have no freaking idea what you said when I said "Cómo está mi amigo?" He said, "That accent? You don't have an accent. It's like you speak Spanish naturally." I was like, "I don't." But you guys came back, and I was like, "I have no freaking idea what you said." 0, 0, 0. 0, 0, 0. There you go, guys. 0, 0, 0. You know, this is what shortwave is all about. Think about all the transmissions everywhere around the world at a certain point in time that we don't get here in North America necessarily. We might not. Imagine, this is shortwave. This is why I always say, stop thinking there's nothing. You have no freaking idea what's on the bands at any time around the world. And it's not true that there's nothing. We've been listening tonight to exotic signals, pirates, and number stations, and I mean, even international broadcasters. And you know what? Did you guys tonight find, oh, it's boring, there's nothing on? No. We had tons of things on. So that's what we need to do. This is the promotion of shortwave. This is why I'm here once again at 6 hours and 45 minutes into it. Okay? Might go longer if somebody does a donation on PayPal or on Super Chat. Who knows? What else do we have? So, VT Radio. Gilles, you do a good job on stretching out your beers out. I could never do that back in the day. 4 beers, probably 2 hours. You know what? It depends on the atmosphere and what I have to do. 2 hours, no, because I would be too drunk for a live stream. And most of the time, when I do something, I will stretch it out. If I would be at a bar, I would not be in the same speed. It depends how you want to do things. Also, you got to remember that I'm in a diet. I only had 4 beers in my possible day if I want to continue my diet. So that means you got to stretch it as long as it goes. So as long as we're going, it's, you gotta do what you can. And I'm gonna shut down this thing, and it was like, yeah, no beers now. It's okay, But I got a lot of stuff to do. But it's like you gotta learn to work it out. 6930 Upper Sideman playing music from the Clint Eastwood spaghetti westerns. 6930. 6.93. It's like when my mom, it remind me of when my mom asked me once, she says, what's that song, that instrumental music from that Western? I said, oh, you mean Once Upon a Time in the West? She says, oh yeah, I want to hear that. And I was like, oh man, that is the... I still remember watching Once Upon a Time in the West, and it was like, oh man, this is the hardest movie to watch ever. It's so freaking hard. And hearing the instrumental of Once Upon a Time in the West is like, oh man, that gets you every freaking time. It's such an amazing movie. Oh man. 69:25 a.m. stronger than ever, says Joseph. Barely hear anything here. Yeah. VT Radio. I took 2 years of French in high school, and I can barely remember a couple of phrases. I pick up French radio stations when making deliveries in northern Vermont, but can't translate. Est-ce que tu comprends ce que je viens de dire, VT Radio? Just put you a... Yeah, and Ennio Morricone, absolutely. Oh, man. That instrumental introduction to Once Upon a Time in the West is such a masterpiece. It is amazing. I hear that and I get emotional every single fucking day. I say, what? Je t'aime, VT Radio. Oh, yes. Man. Calvin Rubin's RCI Spanish service was an incredible platform for debate and thought-provoking shows led by Colombians. There was some old Bruce 930. Upper Sidemen got to techno-style music. Yeah, Ennio Morricone. Yeah, that was so amazing. David says, and yes, Julio, como esta? Is spot on. I'd be the very first to think you're a natural speaking speaker if only heard this from you. ¿Cómo está mi amigo? ¿Qué tal? What else would I put on there? It's like, it's like, I don't know. Maybe I got a natural, because of English and French mixed in, I got a natural way of maybe just articulating the language or something. I don't know. Oh yeah, absolutely. Morricone was a genius. Musically, absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. But French, and we have this little something here in Quebec where France French and Quebec French, we have little kind of brush, because French from France are a little kind of like, in the mode where Quebec French is not up to par. But the thing is, it's like English from New England and English from Texas. Yeah, it's different. That's French from France and French from Quebec. And but one of the biggest brush we ever had, there was a French couple here in the karaoke bar I go to. And France doesn't have an official language. France does not have an official language. But here in Quebec, we have voted for French being an official language of Quebec. So they couldn't believe that a province here in Canada had officially voted as their official language French before France. Well, you guys don't have an official language. You never voted on one. Because in Europe, there's so many languages, nobody ever voted on anything, Il fait froid, MDK2. Il fait froid, MDK2. And I'll add, it's going to be even colder. Il va faire plus froid, MDK2. Yeah, absolutely. It's like, English. English is different from different parts. English from the UK and English from the United States is different. I mean, it's like French from France and Quebec. And, I mean, depending where we are, there's a difference in our spoken language. It's just like, the way it is. It's the way it is. It's like zero and it's like Z and Z. It's like, do I say Z or Z? What's the proper pronunciation, Z or Z? We understand each other. Who cares? Z. Yeah. Who cares? So, what? Are we getting to 7 hours now? In 5 minutes. 7 hours. It's a record-breaking moment. So, come on. You have the super chat. You know? And you've got the... stop. We have 5 languages, and we voted for this concept. Beam C Bike. Richard Wagner has 6942 CW and Northeast Illinois. And in USA and UK, 2 nations divided by a common language. I like that. Yeah, you know. What was I to say here? Yeah. So, you know, PayPal. Come on, guys. You like what I do. And I always say it. There's a lot of people that donated multiple times. Come on, guys. Some of you have never donated. And you know what? You like what is happening here. You're happy with this moment happening live every week. Take a time to do a little something. Give a donation. Puzzle Records. When American films are dubbed and into French, they use Quebecois actors doing it. Yeah, most of the time. Most of the time. And that's what we want. So when I go to, well, without the beer that I have, I don't think I'm going to have pizza now. But you know what? When I go to the movie theater, I want to see the original movie. So if it's in the US, it's an American movie, I want to see it in French, in English, because it's the original movie. But, of course, sometimes I have to go with friends that don't speak English. So it's like, yeah, okay. So I'd rather have Quebecois translations because French from France is so freaking crappy. It's not at all what I want to hear. To give you an idea, Seinfeld was a big hit in the United States. You know why it wasn't a big hit in Canada? It's because when they translated Seinfeld in Quebec, the first season was in French. It was horrible. You do not want to hear that at all. And so it never took on in Quebec because it was like, this is the most horrible translation of anything you can hear. So it never caught on. And yet, I, as an English speaker, always enjoyed Seinfeld. I always thought it was a pretty good show. If you hear 6942, it's not CW, Richard Wagner. It's a Link 11 NATO digital transmission on that frequency. Yep. It must be AM radio operators, guitar man, 40-meter band, 7175 lower sideband is a 40-meter band. 7 hours. Let's bring out the Happy New Year, the hats, the fireworks. Let's get fireworks all around. 7 hours. Never happened before. And you know what? The only reason it can happen, and I got to tell you, and I'll be very fair, is you guys. Because it would not happen without you guys. I'm really, really serious about it. It can't happen without you guys. So, I will hand ear though, because I do have to, do the international radio report. I gotta edit that, and there's a few shortwave things I want to do. It's 10 p.m. here. You know, it's like late. So I want to thank all of you guys, because you guys are great. And I will, how about we end with one of the most famous moments in life, you know, which is the Moscow Nights. You guys are great. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for, what is that? Mosnik. Okay. If you guys want to see something weird, instead of Moscow Nights, write Mosnik Nights and look what YouTube brings to you. You're going to be scared. It looks like... God. It almost looks like some kind of weird... Oh, God. Okay.
Pour une journée parfaite en Kia Sportage.
I'm gonna do that. Sorry, guys. Gonna wait for that to happen. And now we should have a Moscow Night at some point. Da da da. You guys are hearing it? We're broadcasting on 17 different frequencies. Love you all, guys. Please stay safe. Okay?
Ouais.